Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
The truth or tell on your ass what you doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell ring, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. You can get killed in this shit, man.
Man, what's good? What's good? Shout out to the family on this good Monday, man. We are back with another week to build on this boxing and give it its just due. And as promised, man, I told y'all I'm gonna give DEBO Dev, aka DEBO Dev, his just due, man. But we gonna build on this. A lot to talk about, man. How y'all feeling today? And Matt had been on it with that J. Paul stuff. Listen, double tap that screen, hit that like button, sub to the channel. If you're new, we gonna be here. We gonna talk about it. It's a lot to talk about. You know, we gonna break it down, man. It was a good night of boxing Saturday, man. We needed a good break Sunday, and we back at it, man. So double tap that screen, man. Hit that like button, man. We gonna talk about it. We're gonna get to it. Let me say what's up to the fam. Shout out to my dog DP Rocker, and happy born day to you, man. I hope you enjoy it. My baby boy birthday is tomorrow, man. Shout out to DP Rocker, man. Happy birthday, my guy. Jordan, my guy, was good. Trey Duck is in the building. JP is in the building. What it do? What it do? Forever G's was good. 2 cents. And Mad Truth is on that Jake Paul wave. Forever G's. What it do, man? How y'all feeling? Shout out to my guys. Yeah, they said Edwin next for Abdullah. Hey, man. I'm with it. I'm with seeing all things, man. You know, I'm with seeing it all. Saturday, you know, he had a good fight in front of him, man. He had a tough guy. I was saying a late knockout, but Sam Noakes proved to be pretty damn durable and really tough. You know, he made it through the fire, man. Youngin was putting some heat on his ass. He was there for it though, man, and he was giving it back. You know, that was a scrap right there. That was a damn good fight. They were fighting for sure. Make no mistake about it. They were getting to it. You know what I'm saying? They was getting to it. They was getting to it. The youngin had his work cut out for him Saturday night. But we gotta get to it. Samuel was good with it. Sam Noakes versus Zepeda would be tough. It'd be cool. It'd be a good fight. Yeah, for sure. It'd be good to see who's Zepeda bounce back against, man. But hey, man, we got to talk about it, man. Let's not ignore the elephant in the room. We're going to get to all of that. But DEBO, Dev, Haynos, Lord Haynos, the water walker. He walked Saturday, man. hey, man. I told y'all, I do not mind being proven wrong, man. I do not mind being proven wrong. You know, DEBO Dev went in there and he handled business, man. He handled business, man. You know, and my guy Norman had a tough time out there. He had a tough night, but you know, for him to be successful Saturday, I said he had to do some of the things that he was doing in the fight. A lot of the things that he was doing in the fight, to be honest. I said he couldn't afford to just move around the ring like he did against Ramirez. I said this. I said he couldn't just throw a limited jabs like he did against Ramirez. I said this. Said he had to be more of himself for him to win this fight, and he was that. And that's what you need to see. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it because, you know, it being wrong means that Devin Haney is still better off than I thought. That's great, man. That's what I wanted to see. I just wasn't completely sold from the last fight that he was all the way back. And I said Brian Norman is a dangerous guy to be trying to answer them questions. But nonetheless, Devin Haney had the mental capacity to go out there, you know, take chances, put himself in position, and go and win a fight over a really dangerous opponent that could have put his lights out had he landed the right punch. Just being honest, he could have put his lights out. I mean, hats off to Dad, but bro cost me $700. Damn. Easy work. Dad was chilling. That's crazy. I mean, look, sometimes when you have certain advantages over a guy, you have to exploit those advantages on a consistent basis to show that there are, in fact, some levels between you and Norman. And that's what Devin Haney was able to show. Remember, that was one of his selling points. That's something that he always says going into fights. You know, he speaks about the levels that he is ahead of guys and different things like that. So, look, I got to give him to a hats off to him. Well played, touche, man. You get your credit, you get your just due. But it's not really, I don't really feel like I'm eating crow because I wasn't tearing him down. I just was sold that Brian Norman was winning this fight. Now, that I was wrong about. But for sure, I was right about some other things in terms of, you know, what Devin Haney needed to look like in order to get this job done Saturday. And like I said, he did that. He picked his spots. You know what I mean? Where he stood there, he held his ground. You get what I'm saying? His defense was pretty consistent, man, in that particular fight. He didn't make a ton of mistakes. You know what I mean? And it paid dividends. You know what I'm saying? He even got caught with a couple hooks late into the fight, but he dealt with them well. I think at that point, his confidence was where it needed to be, and it grew because he got Brian Norman clean and knocked him down. You know, I got the little clip in here. I got to play it, man. He knocked him down. I know that was surprising to him and his team. You know what I mean? I know the last thing they expected was Dev to be the one, you know, getting the one and only knockdown of the fight. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, B Norm said it was a flash knockdown. I mean, I get it. He did pop back right back up, but man, he got sat down for a second. You know what I mean? That looked legit. And I think he felt it. You know what I'm saying? I think even Dev let off a little combination, a little flurry after the fact, because he knew that, you know, he felt that shot. That was a legit shot that he sat on. You know what I'm saying? He had some weight behind that shot. And I've always said this. Y'all got to get it out of y'all mind, bro. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, DP. You know it. Y'all got to get it out y'all mind. That pillow fist and shit, y'all got to chill. You already know I got some leftover barbecue sauce and honey mustard for you, Jordan, man, with your crow. You know what I'm saying? Dice mines up in the little pieces, like Lisa said. You know, eat it one little, you know what I mean? One bite at a time. You know what I'm saying, Jordan? Eat this crow one bite at a time. You know what I mean? Imagine the people that was dragging them and dissing them and slandering them, though. Imagine those people. What they got to eat a little more than crow. They got a reality check. They probably punch in the air. See, we not mad that he won. You get what I'm saying? Because we not against him and his career and stuff like that. We just had the wrong pick. We thought Brian Norman was going to win. There's nothing wrong with that. That's as like, you know, sports fans, we should be able to make picks without people deeming us haters, right? You know, so I just think, you know, we just got our picks wrong. But he showed us what he didn't show us in the last fight. Like, the reasons that we based our pick wasn't bad either. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to be desired after that Ramirez fight. It was a lot of questions since the Ryan Garcia fight. Even for himself, he had questions. Like he said, he questioned his team. You know what I'm saying? He questioned himself. His confidence took a hit. Remember, he was on record for saying he was never overmatched like that in his life. You get what I'm saying? The boxing ring. So that's a lot. You know what I mean? And why I'm not totally surprised that he won is because I was a person I was a firm advocate, constantly saying that it might take him more than one fight to get back. You get what I'm saying? It might take more than just Ramirez. He might need an extra fight. And I just always thought that Brian Norman might have been the wrong fight. You know what I mean? I definitely thought that would have been a wrong fight to try to get back, you know, against. But nah, man. Once again, him and his pops, man, I think they put together a good game plan. I think I said this, one of the things I gave him credit for all the time. Even Norman Sr. always gave him credit for their game plan and Devin being able to stick to it. And that's what he was able to do Saturday. He went out there and he put together a game plan that he was able to stick to. And it was successful. Like, it was no need for him to switch it up. You know what I mean? If it wasn't broke, don't fix it kind of deal. And it wasn't broke, not by a long shot. Like, and at the end of the day, if you really a fan of the sport, like, you like good, like, this is good news. Like, you get me? Okay. Because I've always said it. I said it even beforehand. I said, you know, Brian Norman, he could afford to lose, to me, in my opinion, because he's young. He's young and he could bounce back. He's already been an underdog. He's already proven people wrong. He's playing with house money. You know what I'm saying? Beating Devin Haney would have just catapulted him to the next level, to me. You know what I'm saying? And if it didn't happen, it's not like it's make or break. It's not the end of the road. I think he will be back. You get what I'm saying? Just a style matchup. Devin Haney had the tools to get the job done. You know, he boxed. He stayed sharp. You know what I mean? He surprised Brian Norman. He used his jab when he needed to use his jab. He was efficient. You know what I'm saying? It was a good showing from the youngin. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cal Cooler. Blessings, family. How you feeling? At the 18th, for sure. Hey, look, they showed out. They showed up, Trey. They showed up Saturday. That's for damn sure. Showed up. Bill Haney and all, they showed up. And I have no problem saying it because I love boxing and it's not that bad. You know, a pick is not that big a deal to me, you know. He showed me the things that I wasn't sure that he would be able to show in this particular fight at this particular time, coming off such a anomaly of a fight with Ramirez where he did a lot of moving. You know what I'm saying? He looked very unsettled, very uncomfortable. And my thinking was, if he looked like that against that guy, you know, he going in here with a more dangerous guy. Is he going to be willing to take those chances that he wasn't willing to take against a less dangerous guy? I don't think that's unreasonable to think that way, right? And I knew very well this fight was like, my pick was like a prove me wrong kind of thing. And that's what I was saying during the fight. Like, prove me wrong then, Dev. Shit, if this is what what you showing me, this is cool. Show me. Show me that you back, man. Show Jusdueboxing and everybody else, the haters mainly, that the ones that was dragging you, show all those people that you back. And he was showing that in spots. I'm seeing Devin Haney. I'm seeing the jab. I'm seeing the catch Norman off guard. I'm seeing them slip hands in there. I'm seeing them fighting on the break, trying to be physical in spots. I'm seeing them fight like a guy that has some experience, some skin in the game. And I appreciated the effort from Devin Haney, not just the win, the way he went about it. It wasn't boring to me. You know, we're going to get into a couple clips because he got dragged. You know, a couple of people, of course, fighters is going to have their own opinions. But for me, he showed me that he still could be, he still is world-class boxer. You know what I'm saying? He got in there. And if you don't have the feet and the speed, the hand speed to deal with him, or the creativity to close the gap and get to him, he going to outbox you. He going to outbox you. You know what I'm saying? I thought on paper, you know, Brian Norman obviously looked like a much tougher challenge than the way the fight played out, right? So, you know, credit and kudos to Devin Haney and Team Haney, but, you know, there's still some really good fights out there. But before we even talk about them other fights, gotta give him credit, man. He was confident. He spoke about the levels. And he was able to go out there and display, you know what I mean, early that, you know, it was a discrepancy or a disparity, right, in levels and I think skill, right? Just his feet were too good, man. Norman couldn't force him enough to reset, couldn't get his jab and offense off consistently enough to really be an issue. And Dad was able, in many cases, to swim without getting wet and tie up. And when he was out of position and when he didn't want to punch, he tied up. Now that'll be my only real critique of the fight. I think the tying up just took a lot of the action out of the fight, but I get it. You know what I mean? Trying to neutralize the younger, fresh, hungry, strong guy. You know what I'm saying? And close, not letting him get his offense off, forcing the ref to constantly break y'all up and reset y'all. And I get it. You know what I mean? It was strategic as hell, but it was a bit excessive. But I could live with it, being that, you know, the rest of the performance was you know, just boxing and staying sharp, staying disciplined. And I didn't expect you to go out of your way. Like, I know some people was like, man, see, his problem is he don't step on the gas. But I just think that's just who he is, man. And after being chin checked for going too hard when you shouldn't have and different things like that, I think he learned from that. So he's going to be really smart as to when he take chances and put himself in harm's way. That's what makes Devin Haney, being smart when he take his chances, take risks. Just like when he takes certain fights, being smart, you know what I mean, strategic about it, man, and putting himself in the best position to win. So Saturday night was a really good showing from what I seen the last time against Ramirez, right? I'm a fair person. I'm a fair shooter. If I ask you to see something from you and you able to show me more of yourself in the next fight and get the win, you know what I mean? Like I said, I could live with the little critique far as I had for him with the holding. Like, I could live with that. But for the most part, you was fighting, man. And that knockdown you got in the second round, I do think changed things drastically. I think the knockdown changed things drastically. I think the knockdown surprised Brian Norman and company, as well as some fans out there. You get me? And I think you got hit there, and it was like, oh, shit, this dude punched a little bit, huh? And I think, you know, even his pops, I'm going to play a clip from his pops. His pops spoke about that possibly making him a little hesitant because he did look like he was second guessing his own offense at times. And I know some of that was missing shots. And I know, you know, getting caught was the rest of it, right? Getting caught with some shit that you didn't see. I always said this, and people go into these fights talking this, you know, oh, you pillow fisted this, you pillow fisted that. And then he go out there and crack you, and you be like, oh, shit. Next thing you know, you picking yourself up off the ground. One thing about Dev, he is a sharp shooter, bro. Shout out to Big Dog. He said taking maniacs hella mad for no reason. Why they mad? What happened? It's the best Dev I ever saw. He was sharp, man. against a dangerous opponent, man. You know what I'm saying? Right. He said center line all night. Yeah, he had to get that head off the line for sure. Very strong. Yeah, I could see him at 54 in a year or two. Shout out to the Queen, Lisa. Peace. How you feeling, Queen? Fact, just having a winner, not a killer. Yeah, he was in there to get that win. You know what I'm saying? Definitely got dry blame both fighters for it, though. Y'all, Devin still trying to get back, and Norman Jr. still working on not smothering his work. Yeah. Shout out to Dre. What's going on with it, man? John Wick, what's good with it, fam? Mickey Bay and Norman. Was the one clinching more? Nah, Norman did some clinching for sure. But for me, Dad was doing the clinching because it was part of his strategy to neutralize the younger, more aggressive guy. And I understood it. It was smart, but it got excessive to a point. That's no real critique. That's not my only real critique of the fight. Like, that's just for me. That's what I saw. Yeah, I seen Norman doing some clinching, but I didn't think he did the majority of it because, again, Davis didn't look the most comfortable in the inside, but he did surprise me with fighting in those clinches with the free hand. I respected that. That's something that he don't do as much as he was doing it in that fight. I think it was smart to do it. You know what I'm saying? I think that was something else Norman didn't expect too. You know what I mean? From the way it looked, didn't expect him to be fighting in those clinches with the free hand. Smart move, well played by that. You know what I mean? So you got to go out there and win, and he did it. He put together a smart fight. His jab was on point. He out-jabbed the young man. He even exchanged hooks at times with him. That was crazy. I didn't expect that at all. He even exchanged hooks with him at certain points, man. I'm like, dang. Get what I'm saying? It was sharp, man. Definitely a better version of Devin that we seen, from his last fight. And I think that's the goal. If you bouncing back from what Ryan Garcia took you through, right? The goal is always to get better from fight to fight. And I think, Ramirez was about the dub. He got the win. It wasn't the most, aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Cool. But he still got in there and won. And from that fight to Norman, he looked even better. He looked more of Devin Haney, right? That's what I want to see. Using that jab, being sharp, having good timing. He had the confidence to use the jab. That's what I like seeing. He fought with some confidence about him. Now, everybody not going to have my assessment, but I'm just basing it from fight to fight. I'm not asking for him to be the best thing I've ever seen because that's not realistic, man. That's a process. The same way it take these dudes years and years to get to the level they get to, it's going to take him more than 1 or 2 fights maybe to get all the way back to where Devin Haney was at, right? And on top of that, as he acclimate and continue to adjust to 47, it could get better for him. We don't know, but so far, so good. Like, I think things are moving in the right direction, and that's all you can ask for. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking them to rewind the clock and show me, that shit, what I'm saying, the best thing ever, but just keep working and putting them wins together, and just from fight to fight, all you can do is improve, and from there you go. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man, being a member for 19 months. Taking Maniacs hating on Dev. It's like Cora for winning. Some people, man, they mad at Dev today. That's sad.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Man, shout out to Big Dog Willie. Yeah, Z was good with it. He was holding that phone damn well. He caught a couple hooks. But he took them well. And shout out to Ant McQueen. He had suggested that a while back after the Ryan fight. Like, maybe he need to, after the Ramirez fight, maybe he need to get caught with a shot to know he can take it. And, Ant McQueen made a great point. And now we seen it. He got caught with one. He proved to himself, to a degree, yeah, I could take a shot. And I'm telling you, after that knockdown, his confidence was on. You know what I'm saying? His confidence was on 1,000. I'm saying he got that knockdown. You couldn't tell him nothing after that. Telling him confidence was on 1,000. Wow, after that. I'm like, sheesh. Yeah, man, he was geeked up, man. He got that knockdown. He couldn't tell Haney nothing, bro. He like, who ain't got no power? You know what I'm saying? He said, who ain't got no power, G? You know, who ain't got no power? Who ain't got no power? Who can't punch? Who pillow? Who got pillows? That's what Dev was saying. But nah, I always said, man, 8-ounce gloves, everybody could punch. You punches don't feel good. One thing you got to give credit to Dev for, he's always been a sharp shooter, like a guy. He's really sharp with his work. You know what I mean? Especially early. You get what I'm saying? Especially early. He's fresh too. He's really sharp with his work. It's not about punching so hard. It's being accurate, good timing, good punch placement. That's what those shots was. That's what that knockdown was a result of. You get what I'm saying? Catching him with a shot he didn't see. And it's something that he's done throughout his career. You know what I'm saying? He's got knockdowns, or even if he ain't knocked you down or out, he still has shocked or surprised guys with his speed and precision. And that seemed to be an issue for Norman throughout the night. And like Dad was beating him to the punch. So despite Norman having a 1-inch reach advantage, Dad was able to nullify it with his speed and his timing, with his jab. You know what I'm saying? And that shit was smart. Shout out to Right Relationships and McQueen, the professor. Was good, my guy. Was good with it. For real, I couldn't understand what the game plan was. Yeah, I didn't see no adjustments respectfully for me, Jordan. I didn't see it. Maybe I wasn't able to pick up on it because I'm not the coach or I wasn't in there, but didn't seem like, seemed like it was a bit shell shock. Seemed like the game plan kind of got thrown out the window after the knockdown. And sometimes that can happen because, again, he had a clip where he was talking about, not being knocked down. But hold on, man. Let's get to clip where he was talking about not getting knocked down or something, and it happened.
Hey, what if I put you down?
You can't.
I can't?
Boy, you ain't got nothing in them gloves.
Remember this day.
Look.
Remember this day.
Now, real quick, I just want y'all to know I'm always talking, but look at that. See what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing personal. Nothing at all. But, like, you see, you say, what if I put you down? You can't. You ain't got none of them gloves. Like, you see what I'm saying? And it's like...
Rolly Romero, WBA champ.
He can get it. He can.
Hey, what if I put you down?
You can't.
I can't?
Boy, you ain't got nothing in them gloves.
Remember this day. Remember this day.
Are you kidding me? Nice check. Incredible! I'm telling you, he shook him with that left hook. The monster's hurt. The assassin is rocked right now.
Got them a little bit. Okay,
Devin Haney, the dream's not known for being a puncher. Well, he just put an assassin down on the canvas. And again, wow.
Happens to the best of them, man. He just caught him with a shot he didn't see. Wasn't prepared for it, man. Clipped him, man. So, and that's tough, man. He said he thinks Cena made a mistake on the start of the week before the fight. Nah, I think he said they was there longer than that. Y'all double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's get the likes up. Support the grind. Support the channel. We're going to keep getting to it, man. But look, I think he was shocked by even his pops talked about being surprised by the power as well. You know what I mean? His father mentioned that. Like, and it's all a learning experience, man. You live and you learn. But I just didn't think that was something that they anticipated. You know what I'm saying? Him being strong, like his dad said. I got a clip from his pops. His pops talked about it too. So, but I just think at the end of the day, man, you know what I mean? Fly frequency was good with it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't care for it. I don't care for doing it both ways. I was for a second, but I switched it. But anyway, let's get back to this, man. So look, like I said, man, fight to me just was one with discipline from Devin. Discipline, confidence, sticking to that game plan. That jab was sharp. He just wasn't getting hit with a lot. B. Norman wasn't able to break the distance and close the gap the way he needed to. The range that the fight was being fought at for the most part benefited Dev, man. You know what I mean? He used that experienced jab, man, and he offset things, man. Used his feet. You know what I mean? He clinched when he needed to, tied Norman up an awful lot to neutralize his offense. It just wasn't a lot that he was doing offensively that, was, giving Dev something to worry about. And he was able to continue to box, stay sharp, stay smart, and just be disciplined. And that's just most important, and fight with a level of confidence that he needed, because he couldn't afford to be a shaky guy. He couldn't be half stepping in there. Norman, I think, would have pressed him out if he did it. And to some degree, I think maybe that was the game plan, maybe to just get to him and fight him, make him fight. But I think anytime you run into a shot and, you get surprised a little bit and it's something you didn't expect, you get what I'm saying? You kind of alter the game plan. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I feel comfortable saying that because of what his dad was saying after the fight in one of those interviews that he did when he spoke about it. He spoke about what happened, man. He spoke about, maybe he was surprised that he was his power, right? His power, saying maybe that made, be maybe a little hesitant. You know what I mean? So Dev used the fact that he had some experience in the game over him. He fought and he boxed like it, and it was smart. That's smart boxing to me. I can't call it no running. You know what I mean? I do hear some rumblings out there about Turkey Al-Sheikh not liking the performance. And, like I said, Eddie Hearn and Conor Benn had their critiques, but that's to be expected. We know what we seen. Dev went out there and boxed. You know what I mean? He frustrated the youngin in spots. And he showed that, there is a gap between them two. You know what I mean? He used the feet that he said he had was better than Brian Norman's, right? He used those feet at times. He backed him down at times, right? He stood in there. He took chances. He exchanged hooks. Like I said, that was dangerous. That was risky, but he did it. He did take chances in this fight. I don't think, for me, I didn't walk away from Saturday feeling like he just fought super scary. I didn't feel like that. So I can't level with the people that say he fought scary. I didn't see that. I think he fought smart. He fought disciplined. He fought alert. He was aware, but he still took chances. You get what I'm saying? He still took chances. It wasn't that ring around the rosy shit with Ramirez. You can't say that. You can't say it was a bad night in the office. You can't say he didn't look good. That's good boxing, man. That's smart boxing. That's educated, smart boxing. You get what I'm saying? You realize what your advantages are and you stick to it. You rinse, wash, and repeat. And until he's able to make you do something else, then you keep doing exactly what's working. And that's what's always made Devin Haney successful. So for me, I've seen more flashes and more consistency of Devin Haney before Ryan Garcia than anything else. And that's what I like to see. That's what I wanted to see. You know what I mean? Credit to Brian Norman, man. He kept trying all the way to the bitter end. You know what I mean? His nose was bleeding a lot throughout that fight after the knockdown. And he kept fighting through it. Credit to him. The eye was closing. He got headbutt. Couldn't see out the eye much. He still kept fighting, man. Credit to the youngin, man. He got outclassed that night. Devin Haney was the better man. There's no other way around it. There's nothing to complain about. Good fight. Well done by, a more experienced, seasoned Devin Haney. But again, I don't think his experience at the smaller weight classes was why he won this fight. I think he is why he won this fight. The way he typically approaches fights. And again, having more confidence than he had in his last fight and being willing to take chances, you know what I mean? To put stamps on rounds, right? And not just let it linger. It wasn't no big lulls in the fight where he was moving around for 20, 25, 30 seconds at a time, not throwing punches. He didn't do that Saturday. And I just could appreciate that. That's how you get back in there, bro. That's how you work your way back to where you're supposed to get to. Made it to be a 3-division champion. I could respect that win, man. It's hard to take it from him. You could always have your critiques. I ain't going to say it was like, jumping out your seat, but that shit was smart. He used his experience, ring generalship, his jab, and his punch selection to win, bro. and stayed disciplined behind that. And again, that was enough to confuse and frustrate and stop Brian Norman from being able to close the gap and get to him. He just couldn't get to him. Bruce Gass, shout out to the OG, was good with it. How you feeling? He hooked when Norman hooked. Unfortunately, Norman got caught. Yeah, they called it. Yeah, man, when that happened, he got a better in exchange, especially with the knockdown. But it was points later in the fight where he hooked, where they hooked at the same time, and he did get caught. He got caught a couple times, but he showed me he could take it. That's when I knew he was. I'm like, okay, he good, because he wasn't jittery about it. He was taking chances at the later part of the fight where I thought maybe he should just keep boxing and moving the way he was doing, but nah, he was like, you know what? Hell no. He was still taking some chances, and he allowed Norman to get some shots in there. But at that point, I think he built his confidence up. I think he proved that he can take some of his shots, and he was comfortable. He was comfortable with the work. You get what I'm saying? He looked far more settled in this fight than he looked. You get what I'm saying? In the fight before that, and that's what I said, y'all. You know, that saying you only as good as your last is not always true, man. It sound good. It's something that people been saying for years, but no, you can look better than the last time you looked. Your last, and that's what he did. And I think that's the goal. Now, from here on out, you build off this performance. You went out there, all right, you beat a young Brian Norman. Now, I think still some of his best challenges is ahead of him. We gonna see, but before we get there, man, I just gotta highlight that. Yes, he proved me wrong, and I made it clear that I was picking Brian Norman, but I said this, and I said it on every occasion. I wasn't picking no sides. I was picking the guy that I thought was going to win. And I said it, win, lose, or draw, I was going to give both guys their credit. If DEBO proved me wrong, I was going to say it wholeheartedly, and he was going to get his credit for it. And that's what he getting today. He getting his credit for it because he deserved it. He went out there, he fought the fight, and he won. It was dangerous. It was some talks about them not wanting to fight. I know that was true. Well, on his pop side. And look, he put all that shit to bed. At the end of the day, he went out there and he fought smart. And I think some of the fans got to eat some real crow. You know what I mean? They was dragging this dude. They still dragging him online. They trying to, but that shit is like, that shit got to be background noise at this point. You can't ask a guy to go out there and show you, who he is, and then when he do it, we don't acknowledge it. He showed me more what Devin Haney was. You know what I'm saying? He showed me that Brian Norman is still young. You know what I mean? He got some things that he still got to learn, work on, obviously. Go back to the drawing board, but he's 24 years old. He's 24 years old. Like I said, he's playing with house money. Made it to be a world champion. He made some real money. Made some real money Saturday night as well, right, for his family. And he's going to be back. I know he's going to be hungry. That's a guy that we will see again for sure. And I'm supporting the Normans regardless. I don't give a damn about no loss. I still rock with them heavy. It's all good, young man. You go back to that drawing board with your head up, chest out. Man, you understand the mistakes that you made, and you just lost to the better man. That's it. That's all, Get what I'm saying? But good thing about him, he didn't trash, Devin Haney with the build-up. You know what I mean? He just said what he was going to do as he was supposed to, and he was wrong. You know what I mean? Just like I was wrong about my pick. So, DEBO Dad, shout out to you. Prove me wrong. But that's a good way to prove me wrong, because I'm glad to see you, you not being damaged, like damaged goods, how people said he was from the Ryan Garcia fight. I wasn't on that train. You know what I'm saying? I was somebody that said he was going to need more than one fight to get back. And that's what we seeing. You got Ramirez. Now he used Brian Norman. Now he looking more closer to himself. Now I'm really interested to see what his next fight gonna look like. So I'm enjoying the this Devin Haney get back, and I'm enjoying being proven wrong in this instance, because now I believe Devin Haney being 100% himself or closer to himself is better for boxing than him being a damaged fighter. I think him and Bill is entertaining. I think he's fun, and I don't mind him. I don't mind watching him. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother, Mike Kirk. How you feeling? You know what I mean? I told y'all all along, I don't care. If he going to prove me wrong, prove me wrong. And he did it. And I'm like, cool. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Be Norman to be back. And now we get to see what Devin Haney is going to do next. What's the next move for him? Man, you already know. Shout out to John Wick. Yeah, always, man. Always. Said crow smoothies only over here, Just. I promise myself I ain't never eating crow. Shout out to my guy, Cat Foods. Stressed Out Boxing was good. Mike Kirkland, my bro, appreciate the love as always, man. He said for Devin, prove me wrong again. The Norman was gonna put a beating on him. I thought he was too, though. I thought it was gonna get ugly in there. I thought it was gonna get dark, Mike. Not gonna lie. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. But the difference between me and most people, see, his just do is gonna be just as loud as I was with my pick. You know what I mean? Because look, I was like, man, nah, man, you can't go in there ringing around the rosy with Brian Norman, man. He gonna punch you out the ring, G. I'm like, you gotta go out there and fight. You gotta stick to a game plan. You gotta use that laser of a jab, right? That right hand, you gotta use that. He did. He's some straight right hands. You get me? You know what I mean? Not a lot of body work. He was clinching, but I know the game plan was to neutralize the offense of Brian Norman and not let him get off in the spots where he wanted to get off. Devin did a real good job of doing that and staying consistent doing it. You know what I'm saying? So kudos to him for being able to go out there and fight that kind of fight and stay disciplined doing it because he needed it. That's the kind of performance he needed. And he found a way to, he found a way to get it done. He really did. He really found a way to get it done. So credit to Devin Haney, Devin the Dream Haney, man. You know what I mean? Because they had him looking like obituary Haney, man. I thought it was foreshadowing. I seen that obituary picture. I said, hey, man, they putting Dev on the obituary, bro, is nasty work. I said, man, they must know something, y'all. I said, they must know something. What they know that I don't know, man. Why they put him in the clouds like that, man? Is they trying to say he about to be sleepy? But nah, he went out there, boxed, stayed sharp, stayed smart, stayed confident. Yeah, his dad was in the corner. Hey, credit to Bill, man. Credit to Bill. Him and Bill, Bill had a moment in the corner. They had some moments, man. Look, them dudes was figuring it out, G. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I thought it was Jordan, I thought it was foreshadowing, bro. Y'all gotta pardon me. I thought they was trying to tell me something, bro. Damn, y'all can't, man. Bad artwork, man. Y'all gotta blame them. I thought they were trying to tell me something ahead of time. I thought they was like, just, hey, look at this. You know what I'm saying? They didn't say that, but when I seen that picture, that's what it said to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking that, the creators was like, hey, just look. And I'm like, damn, what they trying to tell me? You know what I mean? Because, they said pictures worth 1,000 words. I ain't really need 1,000 words to figure out that picture was trying to tell me that he was going to be asleep or they was trying to say he was going to lose. That's how I took it. Now, that was cool that I was wrong, but I'm saying y'all can't blame me. That was the artwork was wild. They ain't had no business putting that man on no obituary photo, clouds and everything. I'm telling you, he'd have had a set of wings and a halo to set the mood, man. I'm telling you, that shit would have been crazy. So, yeah, I was wrong. Shout out to DEBO, Dev. Man, it was a cool fight, man. That's how you prove people wrong, yo. You go out there and you do what's best for you. And that's what he did. He did what was best for him. That was boxing, staying sharp. And like I said, that my biggest critique is the tying up, but I get it. It was a method to the madness, trying to frustrate the youngin', force him to smother his work. And on top of that, Dev had a plan to work inside those clinches too. So he was initiating clinches, but he also was willing to get the hand free and work with the free hand and try to, catch Norman with those little short shots in the inside. So he was sneaky in there with that, man. Credit to Devin Haney for going out there and fighting the fight, yo. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say I felt that he ran. He was scary. I can't say that, but other guys can because they ain't going to give him the credit, They not going to give him the credit. But, man, good work from him, though, man. Good work from him.
They're not happy with me because I said it was boring. How boring was it? I mean, let's be honest. And I said on the broadcast, I give Devin respect. He's become a 3-division world champion, but it ain't good to watch. He doesn't want to engage at all. So I'm not having a go at them. I'm just being honest. He doesn't look like a guy that really wants to be in there. But anyway, well done to him.
What did His Excellency make of Devin's performance? Did you chat to him about it?
No comment.
Because we had the Tom and Jerry comment
no
before.
comment.
I gotta get that. I gotta get the full clip up, man. We gotta get to the clip, y'all. Y'all know what the clip king strikes, man. Y'all hit that like button, man. We just going over the fights from stat today and what's next. I got a missing person report filed for being known at Wolf Boots. Taking spawn. Said they had him all the way in the sky. Yeah, why would they do that? Put my boy in the sky like that. I mean, put DEBO in the sky like that, man. I was like, they trying to tell me something, man. That's foreshadowing. That's like subliminal messaging or something. That's how I was taking it, yo. I was like, yeah, they trying to tell me something on the low. I caught it. I thought I was catching a drift. You know what I'm saying? You know? I thought I was catching a drift. That's all. It's all good, though. Said, do you think, I'm saying, may need some more help training junior things need to work on? It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt, Lisa. It most certainly wouldn't hurt because, I think he's been on record for saying he's been learning things and learning on the job and learning from. He's been on record for saying like he learned even from his son. So it wouldn't hurt, Lisa. Serious answer. That would not hurt. You get what I'm saying? Another set of eyes or somebody that's more experienced than you, that wouldn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? Definitely wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if you seen that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Tony. What's good with it? Shout out to you. Shout out and congrats, man, to your baby nephew, man. Shout out to the baby nephew, man. Damn, he almost, man, if he would have made it at Tony, if they'd have held on to tomorrow, he'd have the same birthday as my son. But if he born today, then he got the birthday at DP Rocker, man, But yeah, man, if he Jordan, Mustafa, right up there alley. I'm telling you, he a real one. Yeah, man. That's possible, man. I think it could help. It wouldn't hurt. And I like I said, I heard his dad speak about even learning from him. You know what I'm saying? As a coach, learning from his son. So, yeah, I don't think it'd be bad. Let's pull up the full clip of what Eddie Hearn had to say, y'all. Let's get to this.
On the zone, it's light outside the AMB arena, which says something about the time we finished. A run through of the fights, David Benavidez showed that he is a problem at like.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's still got to prove himself a lot against, the likes of Bivol and Beterbiev, but he's a very good fighter. And just too much for Yard as expected.
Was you a little bit, maybe disappointed is the wrong word, but from what we've seen of Anthony Yard, especially against Kovalev and Beterbiev?
He's getting on, he's not really had the activity. And I think he's sort of time at that level, You saw in his last fight against Arthur, didn't look like a guy that was going to beat David Benavidez.
Yeah. How does Callum Smith versus David Benavidez end in your opinion?
It's a good fight coming off the Boazzi win, But Benavidez is a great fighter. But, Callum is a guy that we believe can compete at that level.
Yeah. Devin Haney at 147. Impressed with what you saw?
No. I mean, Build, they're not happy with me because I said it was boring. How boring was it? I mean, let's be honest. And I said on the broadcast, I give Devin respect. He's become a 3-division world champion. But it ain't good to watch. He doesn't want to engage at all. So I'm not having a go at them. I'm just being honest. He doesn't look like a guy that really wants to be in there. But anyway, well done to him.
What did His Excellency make of Devin's performance? Did you chat to him about?
No comment.
Because we had the Tom and Jerry comment
no
before.
Comment.
So.
And there's some talk shot at Turkey Alley Sheik, some rumblings that he allegedly didn't like this performance from Devin Haney. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's true indeed, Kyle. True indeed.
Bam, was that very sweet one?
Unbelievable. He's a pound for pound great. He did it not even coming out of first gear, So, yeah, phenomenal performance. And on we go, one more belt to collect.
Yeah. And Sam Noakes.
Sam was brilliant. He should be very proud of himself. I think without that cut, would have been a very close fight. Respect to Abdullah Mason, he's 21 years of age. So, that was a great performance from him. But Sam, made a name for himself tonight, showed plenty of heart, and he'll be back.
Man. So you see Eddie was like, man, nah, man, he ain't good to watch, man. He's boring, man. It's boring. That's not good to watch. He looks like a guy that doesn't want to engage and blah, blah, blah. I said it before, man. Like, he's a boxer. Like, what kind of engaging do y'all want to see him do? Like, you get what I'm saying? And he fought away, and Ryan, like with Ryan, like look, you could say he always fight that way, but he definitely did some things wrong, and he fought with too much heart at the same time, right? That's how he typically fight, but he still fought with a lot of heart, made some real mistakes there. He's done that and put himself in harm's way. You can't expect him to do that again. You can't expect him to be willing to do that again. I wouldn't even be, that wouldn't even be smart. There's no way after him getting dragged for fighting Ryan in a way that people would say would have been more entertaining, right? Like, or whatever. Like, he gave y'all that. It's like, nah, now it's back to what got Dev being what he is, a phenomenal boxer. That's what we talking about, engaging. Like what? Because that was engaging. He got the one and only knockdown in the fight. I don't know what more engagement do you need to see from him? Like you need to see him like just be stupid, because that's what it sounds like. Yeah, take even more chance. And I ain't gonna say he couldn't have took more chances. That's always the case, but you got to think he's still in the process. I think bouncing back, and you know he was smart with it Saturday, man. Shout out to Dante's Boxing Talk. Fate, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? And McQueen, what it do, my guy?
What's the deal? What's the deal?
You already know, just a good build, man.
I think there's a way for guys to box and be more engaging. You know, you look at some of them old school fighters, the Salvador Sanchez's of the world, Aaron Pryor's and all them guys like that. They weren't out there just rock 'em, sock 'em.
Mm-hmm.
They stay in proximity, pivot around, let their hands go, take advantage of opportunities. So I see both sides of it. I can understand what Eddie is saying, but by the same token, it is not Devin Haney's responsibility. It is the opponent's responsibility to put him in the position to where he has to fight more. And Brian Norman Jr. just wasn't efficient enough. Hell, you can say part of why the fight wasn't entertaining was on his behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he threw more punches, but with the smothering,
yeah,
the range, not giving himself space to work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those clinches happen because of him falling in and smothering. And that is not Devin Haney's responsibility.
Right.
Sorry, Eddie, not sorry. But I do understand Eddie's point. I feel like you can have it both ways, but you don't just volunteer, as you pointed out. You don't just volunteer. If you don't feel comfortable enough to exchange for whatever reason, then you just don't do that. Mm-hmm. And if you do look at the knockout, I mean, not the knockout, but the knockdown, hell, Devin Haney took a hell of a risk by throwing that left hook.
Right.
He's just happened to have the greater effect. So he did what he was supposed to do. I do think that he possibly could have, used his jab a little bit more because that bitch was firm. Had my dog B. Noman's nose leaking like a faucet. So he could have probably did a little bit more there, but if you don't have to, why not?
Right.
And Jordan pointed it out, man. He made a fantastic point. Yeah, Dev wasn't really letting his hands go, but he was very efficient with what he did throw.
Yeah.
And it was more than enough to get him dubbed. So, hell.
Boxing guy, what it do?
I can't be mad at it.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is crazy, man. But yeah, man. Some people dragging the performance. Some people are, some people dragging. Some people are giving credit where it's due. And for me, I seen Core giving credit where it's due. You know what I'm saying? As far as man, he did what he was supposed to do, man. He really did. He definitely did what he was supposed to do. Saturday, man, with the guy that was in front of him, man. Risky, man, but he shows you that he had a game plan. And I just don't think people give enough credit to being smart. You know what I mean? Versus entertainment. Yeah, you want to see this and you want to see that and, step on the gas. And it's easier said than done, man, because one wrong move and now you done box smart for all these rounds. Like, think about how devastating it would have been if that Linares punch would have put him out instead of just wobbling him or hurting. right? And you don't box that long, that smart, that late into the fight, and then that happens. So now you got to consider the fact that he's experienced that. He's experienced being cheated by Ryan, but going through the ringer, getting dragged, getting knocked down in all them rounds. Right now, you talking about a guy that's learned from that. Why are you still expecting him to fight in a way that's going, overly entertain you? Like, you get what I'm saying? When you got to think that not so long ago, he was just getting shitted on for fighting that fight. Nah, you was dumb. You should have never did, man. No, man. Look, I appreciated the performance. I just don't have a whole lot to be mad at with that. Nah, bro, he fought. He didn't run. He didn't gallop. It wasn't like ring around the roses, I would say, with Ramirez. It wasn't like, oh, I'm super nervous to take a shot. No, he even hooked with a hooker, and I thought that was wild. Reef was good with it, my guy. How you feeling? I was like, man, that's dangerous right there. But okay, all right, that's how you feeling, Dave?
I think what's the name was a little bit negligent in that moment because early on versus Sasaki, there was a similar moment where they both throw hooks, but B. Norman took the half step back, allowed Sasaki to just come up short, then he hit him on the top of the head. With Dev, he just planted his feet like he was going to be able to just walk through that shit and found out the hard way. Like, you can't sleep on no man with no damn 8-ounce gloves on.
Right.
Like, you just can't.
It, Dante. Facts, bro. I said it. That's why I'm glad I speak on both sides to a degree. Like, the stuff that he did to win is what I was saying. Like, just be more of Devin Haney. Show more of what you already can do and be consistent in doing it. Take chances when you need to. Pick your spots. Hold your ground. Not have happy feet, as you would call it, right? And I mean, jittery. You wasn't that. I'm like, okay, all right, prove me wrong in real time, no problem. Little humble pie, little crow stew for tomorrow, little crow tenders. Know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have my crow tenders with my honey mustard. It's cool. Okay, Devin, DEBO. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and fight then. But that just was a smart fight. Smart fight and well played by him, and that's how you get to that next level, man. You get to the next fight. You bring the tools needed for that job, and he was able to do that. You know what I'm saying? And I just can't stress that, and I don't see how you walk away being mad at that unless you wanted to see him take more chances so you could see him fight a more risky fight. Obviously, give Brian Norman even more opportunities, which would have been wild, but I think he set the tone with that knockdown early. I think it was a very,
he did, but
just be playing for it.
he did, but just the way that it appeared the night of, it didn't really feel like there was going to be too much of an answer for Brian Norman Jr. because he wasn't slipping the jab, wasn't blocking the jab.
Nope.
He wasn't taking a step off to the side and timing him.
Right.
It was literally just him lunging in with the hook, coming up short, and then having to tie up.
And why didn't he switch that?
I don't know, but with a guy like that in front of you, I'm assuming that's where people feel like, all right, you already dropped him. You already got him leaking all over the place. You could have put more on him. But here's the thing, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold.
Right.
So you could do enough to win, or you could do enough to win impressively. And you don't have to be reckless in that pursuit. We've seen it with a lot of the great fighters over time. I mean, Terrence Crawford is one of them. He's one of them dudes that set a trap on your ass. Hit you with a little feint, get you to open up, and then boom, drop one on you.
Right.
And I think that's the next phase for Devin Haney. Because the jab was phenomenal to me. I thought it was really, really good from a mechanic standpoint. Two Cents and I were having that conversation. 2 Cents, by the way, I went and rewatched that fight, man, with Villa and Ellis. I watched it in its entirety. Appreciate you for having me rewatch that. Glean some
Lisa,
stuff
that's
in
that
there.
young boy energy, Lisa. Fighting, like still fighting when your corner telling you to box and you rumbling. That's why I always say that he some of the top upper echelon guys he'd take losses to because he's still working that out. That young boy energy. You're not beat some of them world class guys. making certain mistakes like that, not consistently like that.
Yeah, but there's got to be a healthy respect there.
Mm-hmm.
Because we seen my man Brian Norman Jr. implement more feints and level changes, head movement, flashing hand speed, pivots. We saw all of that in the media workout.
Mm-hmm.
And he got in the ring, he wasn't moving his head.
Right.
Got in the ring, wasn't pivoting, wasn't getting off the line.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if there was a mental barrier there. One thing that I did like about one of the last few interviews,
mm-hmm.
when Devin Haney started talking about the levels, he expounded upon it. Like he was like, it's not even just a matter of, just him fighting me. It's being in this moment, an event of this magnitude.
Yeah.
And that performance anxiety thing is a very, very real thing. If anybody's ever done anything in public, whether it be play a sport, give a speech, perform on stage.
Hey, man. So, you making me think of something. Because shout out to Kyle Coolidge, man. A couple people suggested it. What you think about the walkout for Brian Norman? Too fast? Any nerves?
Quite possibly.
Did you make anything up? Because that was fast. He did march. He marched fast as that. He did get to get it.
Quite possibly, man. And then those nerves, man, them nerves will burn you out real, real fast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if y'all ever listened to some of the corner man. Shout out to Breadman Edwards. You'll hear him tell his man in the corner, hey, take deep breaths, because your breathing regulates your parasympathetic nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
That's what keeps you calm. That's what keeps you from being flighty. You know what I mean? But he went in there and things that he had done in previous fights, and I'm not trying to hear all this, oh, it was because it was against that particular opponent. Nah, if you can move your head, you can move your head. If you can block a jab, you can block a jab.
Real shit. Yeah.
He got in there and seemed like he forgot that he could do those things.
Damon, my guy, was good. Shout out to my baby girl, the queen, Miss Jusdueboxing. Yeah, y'all hit that like button, y'all. Was good with it, Damon. I know he's still smiling ear to ear.
As he should be. As he should be.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Haney is a three-division champion. Devin Haney is a three-division champion. He got the job done. He's got some more confirmation from himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Answer some questions for himself. Fans, for the ones that's being fair about it, real about it. That's well done. Well played, young man. Well played. I would be crazy not to give him his credit for going out there and fighting this fight and winning the way he's supposed to. Like, he did it, bro. He did it. He boxed. He's a boxer. And again, if your criticism is somehow him not engaging more, then I already know what you want. Because, like, come on, man. He always been a smart guy. Come on, man. But he was taking them chances, man. He hooked a couple times with a hooker. I thought he was tripping. I'm like, you better not do that again. He did it a couple times. I'm like, okay.
But his output did used to be pretty damn high, though, Just. Yeah. I got to say, like, I looked at those previous fights, and he's throwing upwards of 40, 50, sometimes 60 punches around. It wasn't just like, all right, I'm going to just jab and reset. And then here's the other thing, too. Ryan, with his scumbag ass, one thing that I did have to give him credit for was in those instances where he was flashing the hand speed and he kind of froze Dev and Dev back down straight lines, he followed him out while throwing punches and not smothering himself. B was looking to get it back in just one shot. Like, bro, just work. Follow him out and work.
Yeah.
But conversely, on the other side, once again, it is not Devin Haney's responsibility to say, hey, bro, I'm backing out in the straight line. I want you to hit me. No, tie his ass up if he's falling in.
Right. Yeah, he needed an answer. He needed a plan B. And like I said, man, that knockdown looked like it changed some things, made him put some stuff in perspective. Looked like he started second-guessing the work, being a little hesitant on the way in. You know what I'm saying? And I think Devin Haney was picking up on that. And he was just boxing taking a little step back, you know what I mean, getting his shit off, and then even in a lot of those clinches, trying to work with that free hand to get those little unsuspecting shots in. I was like, yeah, Devin, he being a little sneaky, man. He working, he doing shit on his terms too, and you can tell he's getting more comfortable with it as the fight progressed. So I felt good. It felt good to see him, fight a fight where I didn't think he was like scared.
What Dante said made me think about something. What do you think about this, Just? Because I was kind of ruminating on this, and then Dante, his comment just made me think about it again. He's saying fighting at lightweight at a higher weight now, Devin Haney changed his style. But I was thinking about just his vision, the way that he was able to evade a lot of those leaping shots. Coming up from 135, I'd assume that he's seeing guys that had like blazing hand speed.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that would be a big advantage for him to be able to be up there at 147. And it's like, yeah, you guys are fast, but I've been down there with like Vasily Lomachenko, who then came up from featherweight. Been in there with Linares, who got Linares got hand speed, good hand speed. So I feel like that's something that could carry him defensively. Just his vision and his reflexes, being able to respond and see those shots coming like that. Because looking at my man Anthony Yard, he seemed very, very just in awe of David Benavidez's hand speed.
Right.
Because them combinations, when he started letting him go, he looked like, what the hell is he throwing?
Bruh. Man, bruh. Man. Bruh. Bruh. That man was like, man, he probably see the Lord for a second, man. But yeah, man, he said that up jab. Norman Hesitant, yeah, he had a good up. And then I'm telling you, the knockdown plus it busted nose. For me, the way it was bleeding, I was like, there's some issues. That's gonna cause some issues. And you seen for rounds in a row him pawing at the blood, and I'm like, yeah, I knew that was gonna create some issues. Like he hit him right on the sweet spot. You know what I mean? Caused an instant fountain leakage, and I'm like, damn. And seeing Norman fight through that, that's why I say he was fighting through that. Then the clash of heads, fought through that. Kudos to him, man. He was tough, he was game, but Devin Haney was just smarter. He was smarter, he was sharper, he was faster, he was more decisive. You know what I'm saying? He was very confident. You know what I mean? He was confident. To me, that's what I got from it. You know what I mean? Definitely night and day from that and Ramirez, right? And that's why I think the goal is to build off each performance, especially if you calling yourself on the get back, and that's what he doing. So your effort to get back, you got your Ramirez, now you got your Brian Norman. Now that's a fight that people can give you some respect for and move on now. See where you go from there. But yeah, man, he shut a lot of mouths up, some humble pie, all that good stuff. But I said, man, it was a lot of different takes from this, and not everybody was giving this dude his flowers. You know what I'm saying? But this was Bill message real quick to Eddie.
Hey, Eddie, we in here in the locker room. Listen. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Fuck you, Eddie! Fuck you, Eddie!
That's great. Yeah, they couldn't wait to talk crazy. Haney fought great. Smart fight. Yeah, Ryan fought a smart fight. But let's get into some of this from Ryan Garcia, too, man. Ryan Garcia was in the spaces chatting again. That's me. What's good with it?
We will be doing this maybe once a week.
Hit that like button. Double tap that screen.
Who knows?
The like button,
maybe
so. All that good stuff.
But I'm going to have my reaction first. Then I'm going to bring on one person to give, their reaction and obviously some questions. I'm going to try to add a co-host, but honestly, I don't know anybody that knows how to do it well or is willing to do it well. Raise your hand if you're a good co-host or if you've done it before. And I'm going to tell right away if you are. Let's see. All right, let's see. I'm going to go with this guy because he seems like he knows what he's doing.
Big Drop Dre was good with it.
Okay, I invited him. Let's invite one more.
Manuel, what's good, homie? How you feeling?
All right, Edgar Berlanga show. Why not, right? Should I? All right, whatever. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna give my reaction first to the fight. Devin Haney, you know, that didn't surprise me at all. I knew that, you know, it was gonna take him a fight to kind of rebound.
Hey, Ryan, do I get to speak after this, yeah?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, you're the co-host though. Basically, I kind of felt, you know, it was gonna take a fight to rebound after that year of punishment, and I mean, even for myself, it was a crazy year. So I kind of knew he was gonna rebound after Ramirez, and he showed me that, you know, what he usually is, you know, a fast puncher, tricky shot selection, and ultimately knows how to stay out of range. The thing is, he got his confidence once he dropped Norman. Once he dropped Norman, it became like Norman lost all confidence and didn't know how to gain it back at all. And Devin Haney kind of just was able to have his way. And
I ain't gonna lie. Respectfully, I think his confidence did take a hit. That's what I was saying when he got tried. I think it was surprising to him. He had to readjust, and he had a tough time getting that initial fire that was lit back. I think that's what Ryan highlighting. I agree with that. I would be Norman because he kept trying though.
There was never any real threat after that. Norman looked like what I thought he was gonna look like, inexperienced in the ring. And a lot of people say, "Well, but he looked good. He had a knockout." Like, everybody just kind of, in boxing, you're only, I guess, as good as your last fight. You don't really look at the overall picture of the landscape of the sport and the psyche of a person. So for me, I kind of knew it was gonna be too much for Norman, and it definitely showed. And we found out, you know. But no shot at Norman. He's pretty good. Just to me, he was inexperienced. You gotta, you know, with Devin, you gotta want to hurt that dude. You can't just let him have his way. You know, every shot, you gotta make him feel it and be like, oh dang, I don't want to get hit with that, because Devin will fight scared. As you've seen, when he backs up, he still flinched and didn't really know what he was doing. You know, the Normans kind of let them have his way, but in order to hurt that man, you need to make him feel it. I mean, in order to put him in bad positions, you got to make him feel it. If you don't, he's gonna be able to jab and, you know, do his thing. Another thing, Norman stood right in front of him the whole night. I mean, what are you doing standing in front of Devin Haney? He's gonna find a shot sooner or later. It's just bad game plan from Norman. Norman just showed me he's not a thinker, and that's just what it is. But you could respond now.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head.
Not a thinker. No, he just lost to a better man. Stylistically, that shit caught up to him too. What he was trying to do versus what Devin was good at. Played into Devin's hands. He didn't let him break the gap, cut the distance easy at all. Like I said, he either had an answer, a shot for him, a jab, or tie up, get out the way. Like it was like rinse, wash, and repeat. You know what I mean? Taking what he was giving you, taking advantage of his mistakes, him being aggressive in spots, falling in, taking advantage of that. Even in the clinch, little moments, trying to take advantage of that. It was like little inches, little, you know what I mean? Devin was just little small victories started to shape out to a pretty convincing win for him.
Yeah. I thought that Devin fought like Duarte versus you.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, this is the questions that I got for you, yeah.
Yeah.
So your haters are saying about Devin Haney, yeah, but bro, they're saying about your trainer, about like you don't prepare for fights, you don't take it serious, none of this shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, why can't you go back to Joe Goosen? I get the tank stuff, I get the mole stuff, all of that. I get all of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Why can't you go back to Joe Goosen and just be in the gym, bro? That's all we're asking for. Because you could beat the shit out of Devin Haney. Yeah, and I want to see it. But these people are saying, yeah, they're treating you like a bum because they think that you went in the gym, you're training at home, you only got a left hook, all this bullshit, yeah? Bro, You know from the amateurs, yeah. When
Yeah.
you're trying to parry the jabs
Yeah.
and you're framing, yeah,
Yeah.
and they think you're getting caught with a thing, and they call you a shit boxer.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that ain't boy. That they don't understand, yeah. That in the pros, yeah, you do that because you're framing. You just don't do it when you're going backwards.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
There you go. But they're so thick, yeah, that they think, oh, Ryan Garcia ain't a good boxer
Well,
because
this
he's
is the thing
framing.
about boxing fans. Everybody thinks they can fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Everybody thinks
but they're
everybody thinks
looking
they
at
know what
all
they're
of
doing.
that.
But let me respond to what you
Go on,
said.
go on.
Why I want training with Joe Goosen? I mean, you said it in
Yeah.
the beginning. At the end
So
of the
that's
day,
like that's the missing puzzle.
when something like that happens in a camp, bro, and the trust is gone,
Yeah,
how can I trust you to prepare me for
yeah,
a
but
fight?
bro,
You
right?
know
I'm
what I'm
sorry,
saying?
Ryan. Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. Yeah, Derek destroyed AJ and Errol's career. Yeah, fuck Derek. I know you like
No,
Derek,
I
yeah,
mean I
but
wouldn't say
fuck
fuck
him, boy.
Derek, but
He ain't good for you, boy.
yeah, I
Man,
wouldn't
Yeah,
say
I want
fuck
you to have a
Derek.
proper trainer, Ryan.
Derek's a good trainer.
It's crazy that you don't question the trainer when they win, and then as soon as they lose, now he ruined Earl Spence. Man, that's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard, bro. He ruined AJ. Is the dumbest shit I've ever
Yeah,
heard.
he's a good trainer, mate. But I'm telling you, mate, he looked AJ made him look like piss poor. Yeah, worst he's ever looked in his life. Yeah, and Errol, when the fuck has he last boxed? And he's
Has
suing
nothing to
Derek.
do with
Yeah, I mean, again, I
So
think
fuck him.
Derek James. It's stupid.
I know
I
he's a
think
stand-up
Derek's
guy,
suing.
yeah.
He was good, bro.
He's a stand-up guy, but he ain't the guy to be in your corner, Ryan. Get
Right.
Joe
I mean,
Goosen.
he's not going to be in my corner my next fight. I think we made
Yeah,
that.
but it should, bro. It should. Right, listen. I like you, Ryan. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm actually backing you up with these points. But people
Thank
are coming on here and saying you got no trainer, you train at home, and you don't prepare for fights because
Again,
last fight
you
you
know what I
said.
take when people say things like that.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
how am I supposed to back?
you
How
know
am I
what
supposed to
you know
back
what
you
it
up?
is.
Yeah.
It's a
When you're
fart in the
tweeting that you
wind,
train
bro.
at
It
home.
smells for a little bit, and then it goes away. I don't give a fuck what people say. They could
Yeah,
say all
but
they
bro,
want,
you're
but look
training
at
at home. Ryan, you was in the
you don't,
Canelo
bro.
gym, yeah.
I post videos of me hitting the mitts at home. You don't know
Yeah,
what
but
I'm working
Ryan,
on.
you was
That's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
Canelo gym, yeah, from a young age, yeah.
When I was 19
That's how
years
people
old.
know your name from sparring, from beating people up, boy.
Exactly,
I
100%. But
want to see
again,
that, Ryan. I don't want to see no fucking Derek Ryan and that. You know what I mean?
you're funny, bro. I
I'm
understand what
being
you're saying.
honest, bro. I like you, brother. You
You
want me
made
to
your point.
bullshit or what?
You made your point. I want to continue the subject of the Devin Haney fight, though. This was.
Yeah, but
I
how
want
are
to
you gonna
hear
beat? Right,
everybody
listen
else
to me, Ryan. Yeah,
else's reaction.
how are you gonna beat? How are you gonna beat Devin Haney
Boot this
with
drunk
Derek
ass
in your
bitch
corner?
British
I get it, yeah, but get him out of
motherfucker,
here.
yo. The fuck is he on? You been blabbering for fucking 20 minutes.
I had to remove
I
him.
came
I had
up.
to remove not because
This bum, he's
bro was just
blabbering.
staying off a topic. I ain't gonna lie, bro was just not it. Bro.
Ryan ain't
He was
trying
not
that
it.
shit
But
for
he was
real.
cool. I get what he was. He probably had a good
Getting
heart for
back to
sure.
the
But
top.
again, a little too probably sporadic for me right now.
He's blabbering, bro.
Big time. He said the same thing 5 times. I'm like, oh, I heard you. Like we're good. Relax. What do you think about the fight?
I was surprised. You can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie.
I made people a lot of money, I'll tell you that.
I mean, Haney knocking him down like that in the second round was crazy. I did not expect that shit at all.
Well, did you see the fight where
Nobody expected
where
that
what's his name
shit.
got dropped?
Who you said what?
When Norman got dropped in the first round, did you see that fight?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like you should have known that his
Yeah,
chin
but
was a little.
Haney of all people, though.
Haney, he could drop anybody. He got sneaky power. It's just can he catch you? And look at the thing is his shot is a shot that if you don't see it, it can stun you, but usually doesn't drop you. That's what I'm saying. Like usually it don't drop you, but I guess Norman just I don't know. I don't know. Like I got caught with the same shot in the third round, but I was able to bounce back like pretty quick. Like I was like, all right, let's fucking go. I don't know what happened. And Norman looked like he was in La La Land for a second. I don't know how Haney didn't get him out of there. That's what I don't get.
Because it's not him, bro.
He don't have a killer
Norman
instinct.
wasn't going that easy.
He tried. I mean, he fucking tried after he got that knockdown, but
yeah, I guess.
I was shocked, man. Like
Then
the
it was
knockdown,
early.
I could have
That
sworn
shit
like
happens late. I don't know
Norman was
how
gonna
they
get
did
him
this.
out of there by like the 8th or 9th.
I know Haney was super happy. He's like, I'm about to get a knockout for the first
Yeah, he
time in
damn
10
sure
years.
did. He
Let's
dropped
go.
Like
Razor. I'm hurt.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro. That was
He was
actually shocking.
he was
Hey, yo,
definitely happy.
Ryan, what's good?
Yeah, what's good,
Hey, yo,
Punish?
Ryan,
But
what's good?
you heard what Bill said, right?
Dudes be
He
fanned out.
said,
After the fight, he said you
fuck
beat
Ro-
Barrios and you got a belt and it's a wrap. They're gonna fight you next.
Oh, let's
So
go. It's a big rap. I want that. I really want all that smoke for real. I'm just tired of the narrative of them saying if he didn't cheat, if it didn't,
Yeah, he
brotherfucker,
went
I
for it, didn't
didn't
he,
cheat,
Mike?
bro. Cheating is when like
That
I'm taking
knockdown.
steroids to
Went for it.
have an advantage. If I had attained stuff, and if people actually do their research, ostarine is probably one of the most found supplements in these over-the-counter supplements. So
It's
like
Nah, he
like
for
told me
people
that.
to try to
proline.
Yeah.
run with the, I know it's the trolls, but anybody who actually looks into it knows that I had no actual advantage, and even the Haneys know that. But if they want to walk into the fight with that delusion, let them do it, because I will give them a reality check
Booger, what's
once
good,
again.
homie? How you feeling,
And
family?
I'm not gonna be nice to them again. They think I'm gonna be nice. I'm not gonna be nice to them.
Ryan and
Same
Roly
treatment, same
again?
ass whooping,
Nah,
and same mentality. I'm coming in, fucking you up,
Ariels.
and that's it. And I'm leaving. I know you better than you know you, and that's it. The only one that's gonna try to save Devin is Bill. Once again, he's gonna have to save him, because Devin cannot. He just can't beat me. Like, no matter what we do, how you set it up, I will always beat that man. Like he stole from me.
I'm not gonna lie. When he got that knockdown, I was like, he probably should get tested after the fight because that was such an
Bro,
anomaly.
he
Like,
always looks like he's on steroids. So
bro, it was
the
such an
thing is,
anomaly. When does he knock people
I'll
down?
let him have steroids. He won't beat me still. He could have
Look,
all that shit all you want,
he
bro. At the end of the day,
says,
this is
I don't
boxing.
have
He's not gonna beat
steroids.
me.
I think you still alter his style because before Devin Haney used to throw almost like 200 jabs. He only threw like 130 jabs. Ever since your fight, even though he had a great performance, you got to give him a lot of credit for it.
Right.
Yesterday, but
Yeah.
he adjusted his game. He's not highly comfortable in throwing the jab like he used to because you counter the jab with your left hook. So
Yeah.
in the last two fights, he's no longer the Devin Haney. That's
Oh,
not his
that's punch.
primary arsenal. But credit to him because
Yeah.
he
The thing,
adjusted.
it's gonna make it easier to close the gap on him for sure. And the thing about Norman, he never set up the hook. He just jumped in with the hook and thought he was gonna land it. Like anybody is gonna see that. I mean, you're not even trying to like fake a jab. You're not even trying to set anything up. It was
Thing,
just so
thing
obvious.
is, if I'm not mistaken, I think Haney stunned him with the left hook and then put him down with the right
Yeah,
straight.
yeah. He caught him. He
That's
caught
what
him with
happened.
this. He caught him with the same shot he caught me in the third round. If you remember our fight where I stunned a little bit, he caught Norman with the same shot, but Norman couldn't recover. It was like he just was like I told you, he was in la la land, and then the right hand just kind of put him down. But
And he looked small, bro. Norman, like during the face-offs,
he
they look
definitely looks
similar,
way
but in the
small. I told
ring,
you, Devin Haney is big, bro. He's not a little dude. He probably walks around 180. Like
like
pretty,
Norman looks small, bro.
Crazy.
definitely,
Norman was
definitely
highly
I
small.
was
manufactured. That's what it
punch
is.
drunk, Al Booger.
I told everybody who had an ear to listen was he's too
Wait, you think
inexperienced.
there was a rehydration clause in that or not?
Nah, I don't know. I really don't.
No,
But
it wasn't. You fanned out
um,
fools.
I
Damn,
know
these people,
that
bro. Who
I
these
was
dudes
I
be,
made
bro?
money, right? I made 50 grand. I made
Yeah,
a lot of people
I
money.
saw your bet, bro.
Yeah, I made a lot of people
This
money,
motherfucker betting on the ops. That's crazy.
bro. Shit,
Huh.
money's money, right? Fuck it.
But Right, but can I say this?
Yeah.
Because the other guy was talking about
Mm-hmm.
get this trainer.
Right, right,
I've always said, man, stay with your dad. You know what I'm
right.
saying? Like fatherhood is prominent in the sport of boxing. You got Devin Bill, you got Uwe, his dad, you got Tio, his dad.
Yeah.
I think you and your dad is the best collaboration anyway. Like even when you was with Eddie, it was still like Henry in the corner. It was Derek
Right.
James. It was still your dad. I
My,
say Ryan and his dad and Henry. I
I
think
mean,
that's
I
the
made
best.
the decision to have my dad back in my corner, because that's always been it's always been what it is. My dad's
Yeah.
always been there. He's always stays with me in training camp. It's like every day I've spent time with him. So nothing's really gonna change. Really, what got to change is the
Yeah, they know how
mentality,
to
right?
be
The
super
mentality
like
of
nice to these
wanting
dudes.
to win. You know what I mean? Wanting to train every day, wanting to do all. That's what it is. Everybody wants to try to write
You
me off
said
after
I'll
the
be an
Rolly fight,
asshole.
which
I ain't
they
about to
can.
get
Like I
back.
said, you're only as good as your last fight. Everybody thought Devin Haney was a bum after Ramirez, and now he wins. Now, oh my God, you're back and you proved everything. So, at the end of the day, I'm gonna definitely show a whole different side of me and a whole different, Ryan from my last fight, and
I don't
everybody's gonna change their mind, and then they're gonna come back and say, "Oh my God, we can't wait for you to fight Devin Haney." Like I already could see it. I could already what do they say, manifesting it,
setting
but
up the
it's
play,
because
but
I know the work I'm putting in, and like the
because
confidence is different when
Devin
you
won,
actually put
you
in
know,
the
you
work
talking
and
about
you
him and
actually been
Barrios,
grinding
yeah,
and you know what's gonna
unification.
happen.
We already knew
You
the
don't
play.
care what anybody's
You
saying.
just got to take care of Barrios.
Yeah.
Said he was gonna.
Yeah, we knew.
They
Yeah,
gonna take you.
and guess what? I'm not gonna
We
be
know that's
shy
what
like
they.
that. I'm calling them straight out. Yes, you, Devin. Yes, again, let's run it. No ands, ifs, or buts.
But
Start
we
I
do
testing
will
love
say
now.
Tequila
though,
Ryan. We do love Tequila
Tio's
Ryan.
dad. Tio's dad is
Oh
the
no,
most
it's
annoying
for me. It's
in
either
boxing, bro.
honestly, I either want to fight Teo, you know, God willing, I defeat Barrios, and then I want Tio or I want Devin. One of those two next.
Man, 2026 is gonna
Nah,
be bomb.
Devin is the bigger money fight
2026
though.
is the year for sure.
Devin's
That's
the bigger money fight though. You know that. Because
Devin's definitely gonna be the bigger money fight, but just the fights I like.
the thing is, Tio and Devin can't sell a fight, so it's literally gonna be all up. It's gonna be all up to you to promote the fight because Devin can't talk; he's corny, and Tio, his dad, does all the talking for
But
him.
I think just because the matchup, I think it sells itself, but also the
Yeah,
personalities are gonna lean
Devin
for like because
and
of the
Brian
fight,
just gonna do what
everything's
it
gonna
do.
get clipped. You know what I mean? Like
They got
because of how
history.
big the fight is, it doesn't really mean like
It's
it doesn't
like, why
matter
do
if they
y'all
can't sell. It's
hate on
just
other
because of
or
how big
talk
the fight
crazy
is,
about other
what
fighters?
they
That
say, and
y'all
you
in the
know
practice of
they all
hating
got
on?
their own personalities
I don't get
besides Devin Haney.
can't
It's
sell
all
something.
gonna sell. Like Bill will go viral, you know, maybe Devin, but Devin always has the stupid, you know, you could predict answers. And Teofimo, you never know what he's gonna say. So, and that makes for a good, you know, entertaining
Just gonna quote
person
I
Spider-Man.
for
think boxing
sure.
is on your show on all y'all four
Tito.
shoulders on
Yeah.
in North America. You know what I'm saying? If Ryan, Tio, Devin, Shakur, I don't know about Tank. What's happening to
It's
Tank right
definitely
now?
all for the taking. Shakur for me is last place of taking over everything, for sure.
But it looks like
So
y'all
you got a
hurting
hit.
each
So
other
you got a
anyways,
hit
just
list
like
in.
back in the 80s and
No, I'm
like
just saying like who could actually take over and be the face. Like for me, Shakur's like last place right now.
But you got a hit list in 2026.
It's crazy.
Three
Nah,
fights?
I
Three
got
fights?
I got a 1-2 hit
He's
list.
just a lit.
Barrios and then Teo or Devin. That's just my 1-2 hit list.
So what do you see yourself? How many fights do you see yourself fighting in 2026? I know the average is like 2
I want 3. You know,
ish.
usually it's 2, but I want 3. I want to fight in February, then I want to try to fight in May, and then see what's up later on in the year.
On the Benavides card or what?
Nah, you know Benavides card. I'm all like I already did the sharing the fucking platform with everybody. I hate that. I learned that I hate fighting outside, so it's gonna be all on my terms. You know, it's gonna be just
Listen to
the
him.
main
It's
event,
gonna
and
be
that's
on his
it, bro.
terms. He think he
I ain't gonna
bigger
be on
than he
nobody's
is.
card. Shout out to Benavides though, he's a beast.
He
But
low key disappointed me though, not calling out
what for
Bivol.
real?
Yeah, not calling out like he
Shut
already got
up.
his fight planned out and shit like that. I
Oh
mean, he
well,
should be
because
fine.
Fuck, shut up.
Bivol,
I'm
bro.
I mean
disappointed
he's
you
fighting
not
what
calling out
Judo for a
Bivol. Shut
title, I
up.
guess.
Man.
But
Like
you
that's
know
gonna get
why?
him to fight.
You know,
He
I
already
heard
didn't he already beat Zerto though?
I heard he beat the shit
Yeah,
out of him in
he
sparring.
off. Yeah. Then he already beat Zordo, so you don't know if they fought. So you think Benavidez fought Zordo already? Yeah, he don't deserve to talk at all. But yeah, man. So y'all heard it, man. Look, Devin proved me wrong. He proved a lot of people wrong Saturday. Credit to him, like I've been saying. But we seen the play. I think that's something that they look to do. And I ain't mad at it. It's something that they probably think they can make money with. It's history there in the rematch between Devin and Ryan. And they were supposed to do it anyway, right? So if Ryan is able to fight Barrios, I think they said February. At least he said that. Hopefully that fight is coming next for them. He beats him, then you can see that play. They'll be fighting in the unification. I really could see that. I'm telling you, I'm definitely going to be rooting for Devin to get his lick back over Ryan. He still sit up in these spaces and talk crazy like you ain't cheat that man. You can't talk about that fight like you was square business. You wasn't, bro. You wasn't. You got suspended and all that. So, it'll be humble. He'll get a humbling. It'll be a humbling experience for him if Devin Haney was able to beat his ass. February 21st. Appreciate you, Paul. So, hey, let's see it. But meantime, Devin Haney can enjoy this win. It's a lot of people that's gonna be talking trash, but like I said, yo, he went out there and won in the right kind of fashion, man. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at it, bro. He did what he was supposed to do, man. He handled business. You know what I mean? Because I definitely thought it was gonna get rough for him. I thought it was gonna get dark. I thought Thrill Hill, what it do? I thought it was gonna get dark in there for him, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Bill was coaching.
Chipping away at it, right? That's speeding the clock up, right? That's taking his gas. If he was a bad motherfucker like they said he was, he would have came and got out. Now, listen. Alex, what? Alex. No, you ain't getting hit with shit. Ain't no motherfucker. Hey, you gonna be desperate. I'm not just about fun. Okay, I love you. Now, listen. Take Combs' money.
Oh, man, ain't talking.
I respect Brian Norman, man. I respect him. I mean, obviously.
I've been telling niggas that nigga was trash. I've been telling everybody before the fight. I said this nigga is trash. I sparred this nigga. This nigga's like he's a nigga that you could tell he don't know what he's doing in the ring. I literally told Jamal Hearn in the mat a few weeks ago. I said this nigga look like somebody that you know when you boxing niggas, you're like, all right, he's green. Like he ain't been boxing that long. Like he's ass. I've been telling niggas that. Why niggas didn't believe me, bro? He's trash, bro. He's trash. He's trash. Like he is trash. Like he is fucking garbage. Like no cap.
Hold up. You will move up and beat him?
Bro, I will move up and beat the fuck out of him. Not beat him, I'll beat the shit out that nigga. Like
Hitchins talk crazy, man. So look, man. They're gonna ride B Norman. People gonna talk about what he is and what he ain't. But at the end of the day, he's a guy playing my house money. He was a young champion, a traveling champion on the road winning. And, you know, he ran into the better man Saturday night in Devin Haney. There was no shame in losing to a better fighter. There's no shame in losing to an accomplished, experienced guy like Devin Haney, right? If Devin is as good as what people say he is, why should there be any shame in Brian Norman losing to him? So what? The buildup is going to be what it's going to be. The fight, they're going to say the stuff that they're going to say. They got to fight. And it's only one way to prove who the better man. They was able to prove that. And it was Devin Haney Saturday night. Pretty sure Brian Norman going to make his peace with it. He going to go lick his wounds, go back to the drawing board. Him and Norman Sr. going to figure it out. I mean, that's what you do. Life goes on. You continue to move forward, man. Forward progression, man. You know what I mean? Just got to get back in there and figure it out. But we're going to keep going, man. We're going to keep building because I seen a conversation on YSM. And, you know, whenever fighters lose, the trainers get a lot of scrutiny for the loss, right? They get a lot of scrutiny for the loss and they get a lot of the criticism. And it's easy to kind of dismiss the guy once you lose, right? When you win and it's all good. As soon as you lose, it's like, oh, this guy's not good. So I was seeing the homie YSM having a conversation with one of the coaches that was talking about Norman Sr. and his instructions and stuff like that. And kind of criticizing for his instructions or lack thereof in the corner. And I don't know, it's a slippery slope, man. It's just tough because it's easy to say these things are magnified, right? The mistakes you make are magnified.
Let's get to it. I feel like I ain't gonna pussy for the round no more. Devin Haney.
When you lose,
Devin Haney drops Brian Norman Jr. Put something on his ass. To me, it was a good fight on paper. I felt like it was a 50-50 fight. And I was really, really excited for that fight. And Dev showed up. You were your son's trainer.
Yeah.
But manager too. So this is not foreign to you. You've moved a fighter before. Your son's undefeated. You moved a fighter. You've been a promoter. You've been a trainer. You know the boxing business.
For sure.
What did you see?
It was a lot of things I saw. What you saw was the separation between a born boxer and just a average boxer puncher. Also, you saw the difference between a managerial extraordinaire in Bill Haney and somebody who's just looking to get his feet wet, who thinks he knows what he's talking about and found out that he didn't know shit. And Brian Norman Sr. And look, hey, he can feel some type of way about it if he wants to or not. Don't make me no difference. But the truth of the matter is, if you look at their styles, it never matched up. It never meshed well. The fight with Boots didn't mesh well. That's why you didn't want the fight. And let me give you a little tidbit, which they already know from the sparring. He's a much bigger puncher. He's got a much faster jab. And he's going to definitely put them punches together that's going to hurt you. And you ain't getting up if you fought that fight. If you bring
PVO, Jay was good with it. Y'all hit that like button, sub to the
that
channel.
same fight that you brought to Devin Haney to Boots, you probably won the last 5 rounds.
9-7 was good.
Now that's from the boxing aspect. Now we take it to the managerial aspect. I understand. Hey, look, for him as his manager, for him as his son's manager, your job is to get him the best payday that he can get, and he did. He sold the O to the highest bidder, and Turkey got some deep pockets, and you got paid. So you did what you were supposed to do. Now, when you take it to the trainer aspect, I love to listen. I don't really listen to the announcers, but I love to listen to what the trainers have to say in the corner. He gave no sort of great advice to the kid in the middle of battle to get him out of that jam that he was in. The kid was fighting on instinct. That's what the kid was fighting on. He was fighting on instinct. His instruction was dog shit. So I'm sad for the kid because the kid came to fight. But as far as his father goes, all that shit you was talking, you didn't have that kid prepared for that fight. You know who Devin Haney is. We all know who Devin Haney is. If you're going to fight Devin Haney, you're not going to beat him in a boxing match. If you fight Boots, you're not going to beat him in a boxing match. If you fight Abdullah Mason, you're not going to beat him in a boxing match. If you fight Shakur Stevenson, you're not going to beat him in a fucking boxing match. It's not going to happen. You're going to have to fight him.
Do you think that as a team they underestimated Devin? Because I know in the lead up to the fight, they was talking about what Devin didn't have. They said he was chinny, he didn't have any power. And I remember the face-to-face, Dev said, what if I put you down? He's like, you can't put me down. You ain't got nothing in them gloves. He was like, okay, I want you to remember that. Remember that you said that. With the timestamp. And that's kind of what I saw when he stepped over, like when he kind of like, after he knocked him down, he kind of like hovered over him and said something to him. And I think it was to those lines.
I think that I know that they definitely underestimated him. They definitely thought that, but this once again, this is where the father, especially because I used to always hear when I was training my son, I used to always hear, "Oh man, but you never was a pro boxer, but you never fought in the ring before." I understand that. Here's a time where him as a boxer, you know, when you cutting weight, especially when you cutting as much weight as Dev was cutting. Dev was always a big 135. From the time he came out of the amateur, he was a big 135. They knew he wasn't really supposed to be at 135 for real. But he took his shot and he did what he had to do, and he was very professional about how he went about his business. He made weight every time. He never had to pay nobody. He never missed weight and lost a title on the scale. None of that nut shit that we've seen other 135s do. They know who I'm talking about. Anyway, with that being said, if the kid is moving up to 147, how don't y'all understand that he's going to carry power up with him? Because now he's actually going to his normal weight class. And he's a much slicker and better boxer than your son. Hey, look, no shade to nobody. Good, he's a better fighter. He's a better all-around, rounded boxer. Forget the casual shit. Forget all the who's bigger and who got bigger muscles. Muscles don't win fights. Skills pay the bills. They knew that already. Y'all decided that y'all was going to try to match skills with a nigga that's more skilled than you. Doesn't make any sense.
His name Chris Casey. Nick Baller.
It's normal.
That's Chris Casey. That's talking. That why it's him talking to y'all. Double tap that screen, hit that like button, support the grind. Y'all.
I didn't understand. I thought they were going to like bring the fight to Dev. I thought that he was going to stalk Dev. I want him to stalk Dev behind the jab. I felt like that was the best course of action. Stalk him behind the jab and then cut the ring off. Use the jab while cutting the ring off and let your hands go. He seemed to try to box with Dev, and I was kind of surprised when I first saw that.
Why? That's what I'm at. Why would you try? Why would you try? It's like trying to box Floyd Mayweather. It's like trying to box, Shane Mosley. It's like trying to box guys that are master boxers. These guys have been brought up in the gym their whole life. They are the goods as far as boxing goes. With Dev, you saw the only way you're going to beat him is if you catch him with some shit, a la Ryan Garcia, which I don't even count that because the motherfucker was on steroids. And it kills me that people keep bringing it up and saying, "Oh, well, Ryan beat him. I don't care. You can't erase this. You can't erase that." The man was on steroids, man. Like, hey, look, I'm not one to you definitely can't erase what you saw, but you also know that he never looked that way again. The next time you saw him, he looked like he was sucked down. He looked like he was small. When you saw him with Dev, he looked like He-Man, and he got beat.
At 47.
The very next time out, he got beat.
He got
No
cooked.
argument there.
Rolly.
By somebody who can't box.
He got outboxed by Rolly.
By somebody that can't box. Now, here we go. Now here we go. Because everybody likes to look ahead instead of giving the man his credit.
Rolly not being able
now, if you put
Rolly not being able to box is overstated too. Is he an elite level guy? I wouldn't say so, but I think
I agree, Jusdu.
Right? I think people just saying that a little overstated, right? He ain't better than some of these guys, but that dude know how to throw punch. He know what he doing in the boxing ring to a degree, man. Like,
hey, let me know when I give my take, Jusdu.
You already know. This almost over. I got you.
When you know what they're gonna say, "Oh man, Rolly wasn't good, man." You know the casual fans, the casual dickheads. "Oh man, Rolly wasn't that good though, but Brian Norman wasn't that good." All y'all kept talking
Brian
about was him
Norman was
knocking
good. Devin Haney just was better. I'm tired of the discrediting, man. I'm tired of the discrediting. One thing we ain't doing. It will be no boxing slander, no Brian Norman slander. Nah, we ain't doing that shit. We keeping the same energy. I picked him. I thought he was going to win. Didn't think Devin was all the way bounced back yet from the Ryan shit. I said a lot of the shit that he did in the fight, he had to do to win. He actually did it. Kudos to him for proving me wrong. But nah, you don't got to slander him. Nah, keep the same energy. Brian Norman was the best welterweight, the most dangerous guy in the division. That's who he fought, right? That's who he beat. So he going to get credit for beating that guy. We don't then walk it back and try to say Brian Norman is who he beat. I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. We know who he beat. We watched him. Sensaki, 6 weeks in memory. You get what I'm saying? Derek Quavers got punched across the ring with a fucking jab and quit. You know what I'm saying? And he beat the fight out of Santian. That's the guy he fighting. He fighting that dude. The real dangerous. The guy that's coming off back to back impressive knockouts. That's who he beat. We ain't about to do nothing else. I get it. He still was a little inexperienced, this and that. I get it. He was a new young champion. But let's respect him as that. He was a young, hungry champion, a young lion, and Devin Haney just was a better fighter. That's it. We ain't got to do that. Nah, he proved me wrong and a lot of other people. But I know some of y'all eating some real crow because y'all was hating on the young man and trashing him, saying he was broken and damaged. I didn't go that far. I just thought he wasn't all the way back yet. You know what I'm saying? And he proved me that he more back than I anticipated, and I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it. Now, that just means that, the next fight, I expect to see him build on his performance and go in there with whoever he decided to fight next. Man, you already know, Jay, because this is good crow. When you love boxing, you like to be proven wrong sometimes. Like, unless you hated the dude, then you sitting there punching the air like, man, it was boring. It wasn't impressive. Nah, I was impressed Saturday night. Good, well done. Well played, Devin. Well played. This shit almost over, and I got you, bro.
Real rap. Not to diminish that man's resume. He beat no A fighter whatsoever. He beat no A fighter. There was no A fighter or champion that he beat. If anybody can name me one, I'll shut the fuck up and cut this interview off.
How many A fighters was there available for him to fight outside of Boots when that fell to fruition? I mean, how many A fighters? That don't change nothing because, it comes down to like what basically when you say that's resume talk. I really don't put too much stock in resumes because they did the same thing with Bud Crawford and he getting there with Canelo. By their standards and him not fighting nobody, Canelo should have watched. But you see how that played out because resumes don't win fights, skills do. It wasn't Devin Haney's resume that won Saturday night neither. You know what I'm saying? It was the skills that won. Yeah, you could say the experience. I'll give you that. But it wasn't just resume. It was experience and him just being a better boxer, sharper, smarter. Shit ain't no surprise. Like what he did, I wasn't shocked by the performance. I was glad to see it, though, because that, like I said, I don't want to see him be a damaged fighter off getting cheated by Ryan Garcia.
Yo, he had a lot of buzz, right? Coming off of 3 great knockouts.
Yeah.
I feel like the social media aspect was really important. He did a lot of interviews, but also credit to Brad, man. Brad might be the best matchmaker in boxing. You know, Top Rank. They know how to do it. They know how to make the guys look like $1 million. Do you think his level of star power, his recent star power and hype came from Brad or came from him, or a combination of the two?
It's a combination of the two, but I would definitely say more Brad because Top Rank moved him. Top Rank got him in the position that he was in. He did what he was supposed to do. He beat guys that, and even in the Centillion fight, he wasn't supposed to win that fight. So I give him credit for the fights. But this is where you go into the level of the fighter that he was fighting. Centillion don't match up with a Linares. The next dude he fought don't match up with
Ain't just levels of styles.
We talking about 2 different levels of fighting. When you switch levels of fighting, that's where you find out where you are. So when you see a guy like Devin Haney, he's been in huge fights. He's been in fights for multiple titles. He's been in unifications. He's been in undisputed fights. Brian Norman never been in none of that. What are we talking about? Like to me, it's not even a debate.
And I'm gonna say it again. Those are contributing factors to why he could have won Saturday night, but that's not the end all be all. That shit came down to style and execute. And Devin Haney, being more of a pure boxer, gave the pressure guy, the come forward guy, right? A tough time. It's no surprise there, right? They said his feet was better than Brian Norman's, and he showed that Saturday. He definitely showed that. And he exploited it, and you know that shit guided him to a victory. You know what I'm saying? You need your feet to punch, and if a guy consistently beating you to the punch, resetting, getting out of the way, forcing you to reset, backing you down at points, he done caught you with some shots early that you wasn't ready for, and changed the trajectory of the fight. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney did some things really good early, especially getting that knockdown. That shit was key.
Were you surprised in the second round where Dev hooked with the hooker, visibly hurt him, wobbled him, and then went in for the kill?
Brian Norman's chin was never like that. This is what I'm saying. Anybody who's watched this fight, he's been put down. He's been wobbled. You've seen him visibly hurt and shaken. He was never that dude. That's why the whole shit bothered me with the book shit, because if you was gonna fight the nigga for the titles, you would have fought and somebody would have won 3 or 4 titles at the same time. You wanted more money, fine. He went and sought out more money. Devin Haney and Turkey came with more money, fine. But you wasn't gonna beat either one of them. You was never that dude. You was never that dude. That's what me and you was talking about the last interview we had. You're not that guy.
But I don't think you could. Nobody was trying to sell that Brian Norman is that guy, but he was one of those guys at welterweight. He was winning, looking impressive, and knocking shit out. You get what I'm saying? Because you got to be careful, because the more we diminish what Brian Norman is by saying what he ain't, then how much credit are we giving to Devin? So we got to be. It's a slippery slope. Nah, man. We don't got to overstate. We don't got to oversell what Brian Norman was, but we don't got to undermine it either. He was a champion that was fucking counted out, and he proved people wrong. And some back-to-back performances. Still a young guy, still inexperienced by some people's standards, right? Still had a lot to learn. We all knew this, and we learned it even more. Like, it was proven. That's all. We already knew these things. It was proven. Devin Haney was able to prove it. Okay. You're young. You still got some shit to learn. You got some work to do. He showed some separation between you and him. He showed his level, right? Showed his level was higher than yours, and that's okay, man. And you lost. But the more we diminish Brian Norman, the less credit we're giving Devin Haney. I just want to be mindful of that. And we keep saying, he wasn't the guy. He ain't that. But he was legit I think he was legit. You know what I mean? He was counted out, and you got to respect it. You know what I'm saying? Got to respect it, bro. Back-to-back fights, traveling on the road, Santiago backyard. You know, Sensaki, that's Japan. That's his backyard. Derek Cuevas, I forget where that fight was at, but that wasn't Brian Norman wasn't home for that fight. So you get me? That's what he was, right? Still young, inexperienced. The guy was expected to lose in the fight that he won the title, and you got to respect that. That's what Devin Haney beat. A young, dangerous, fierce, young lion. That's what I'm calling it. Everybody else got their own assessment. That's what Brian Norman is to me, and that's why I'm able to give Devin Haney the proper credit, because Brian Norman was a legit threat to everything Devin Haney had going on. His career was literally in the balance. If he had went out there and got that Jensen Saki treatment, people would be looking at Devin Haney much different and talking about Brian Norman much differently. We got to remember what was at stake. That man's career was at stake, and he went out there and boxed his ass off and got to win. Got to win. Got to respect that, man. Got to, man. So he was able to perform under that pressure. I don't give a damn what nobody say. The Tom and Jerry pressure, all that. The Turkey Alice sheet card, the bounce back, the damaged goods narrative, the you can't take a punch, you can't plan for a left hook, all of those things. Like, I like to be proven wrong. That's what he was able to do with a performance. We got to give both guys credit so we could appreciate the win the right way.
I think the biggest issue that I had is they tried to paint a picture that people from Philly hated him, people were from Philly hated on him, and we were against him. And just because we told our truth, and our truth is, you know, they mentioned the sparring, but we talked about what we saw in the sparring, and then all of a sudden we just became haters. You had dudes picking Dev. Oh no, you only picking Dev because you're hating on him. When everything that people from Philly said ended up transpiring. Yeah. Y'all said that Dev couldn't hurt him. He did.
Anybody that puts on a pair of gloves can be hurt. It don't matter who you are. We've seen the best, the greatest boxers of all times be hurt. People are going to get hurt. And it's not talking down on Brian Norman or talking down on Dev. We all know Dev is a master boxer. The only way you're going to beat Dev is if you touch that chin. That's the only way you're going to beat him. No, it's rarely going to be somebody that's going to outbox him. There's probably only 4 or 5 guys in the world that's going to outbox that kid at 147. That would be if he goes up and fights Boots, if he fights a Shakur Stevenson, if he fights maybe a Teofimo, maybe a Keyshawn. It's going to have to be somebody that's as sharp and as seasoned as he is. And if you're not as sharp or as seasoned as he is, you're not going to beat him unless you rough him up and touch him. Pause. That's the only way you beat the guy. It's the only way you beat one of those guys. Any one of those guys I named, and it's not Joe and these dudes or what they call young cats call glaze. It's not glaze. These dudes have been in the gym since they was fucking babies, man. They just sharp. They're super sharp, and you're not going to beat them unless you either rough them up or you knock them out. You hit them with a shot that they don't see.
Shout out to YSC, man, the homie, man. Good work as always. Now it's Chris Casey giving his take. That was a good conversation as always. Let me be clear about what I say, because I make sure I'm being understood. When I say his career is at stake, so you telling me we're far as from a stock standpoint, optics, because you know a lot of times it's optics. It's not really optics. Is not always reality, but the stock, the thought process, the questions around Devin Haney was looming. So let me make this make sense, so people don't question what I'm saying. Like I'm just saying something crazy. So, like I said, his career, in terms of how people viewed it, was what would have been in the gutter. You know what I'm saying? Would have been not the end of it, but it would have took a real hit. See the Ryan Garcia fight, even after they found out he cheated, they was able to block that out and act like it never happened. And they kind of turned on him. They turned on him. When did the public get back on to Devin Haney? Did I miss something? Because he went out there and fought Ramirez and they trashed it and he won every single round. Did they get credit or did they trash him? They trashed him. So now you're talking about getting cheated by Ryan, and because you was going to sue, because you had your reasons. We even got to get into it. We all knew it. The people sided with Ryan down there, the public, right? Devin Haney's stock looked like what? Then he goes and fights the fight against Ramirez and it didn't look good. And Ryan Garcia lost on the same card. But what fight was they more critical of? Devin Haney's win. So again, if he would have went into this fight with Brian Norman with the questions that people still had since the Ryan Garcia fight to the Ramirez fight, and then he would have went in there and say, oh, a left hook, a right hook would have got him, and say he would have got knocked out, what do you think people would have been saying about it? You think they would have been saying, oh man, he had heart, at least he went in there and fought Brian Norman. They'd be talking about how his career is over. Because remember, they talked it with the fight with Ryan not even counting. That fight didn't even count, and they still treat it like, no, we'll never forget. No one officially counted on a record, but we seen the 12 rounds, right? But you see how people, they dogged him, they trashed him. So it's not me that would have been saying his career is over. I just know his career, that's him fighting for his career, his reputation, and proving to people that he is still, right for the course, right? He's still in position to do things in the sport of boxing. These people was treating it like, yo, he done. See what Ryan did to him. He damaged goods. How many people were saying this? So if he goes out there and gets knocked out and beat down by Brian Norman, that only solidifies what people been saying about him, as far as the ones that was saying that's why he fought Ramirez like that, because he was damaged goods. See, I told y'all it would have been a bunch of I told you so. But I'm glad that it didn't go that way. He was able to kind of, right the ship. Now people, unless you are hating, you forced to give Devin Haney his credit. And you only forced to if you're a hater, like I said. So that's what I meant when I said his career be over, or he was fighting for his career. That's what that was. You get what I'm saying? You know how people look at it. They write you off. You don't even got to lose. Just look at Tank. He had a draw. Look how they did him. Errol Spence, one loss. Look how they talk about him. You get what I'm saying? All he had to do was one loss. They would have wrote him off. He got cheated by Ryan. The public, for a large part, they acted like it didn't happen. They acted like that shit never happened. They heard lawsuit and they was like, never mind that. No, that little bit of, they started talking, that little bit of Ostarine didn't help. That ain't the reason he lost. You get what I'm saying? They ready to damn near dismiss the Ostarine in the effort to prove their point so they can say Devin Haney is done. So again, I'm willing to bet money. Had he went out there and got beat up, dragged, and ran out the ring by Brian Norman Jr., they'd be telling us how done he was, and see, I told you so. He never was back. You see how he fought Ramirez, and Brian Norman finished him. I told you he was damaged goods. You would hear all of that. That is a fact. You would hear all of that stuff. They would be dragging this man. They did it with him getting cheated. Let the record reflect that. He got cheated, and the whole world said, so what? It wasn't enough. He still don't know how to block a left hook. How they teased him. They dragged him. So think about it now. You got a young, hungry lion, and Brian Norman, that's his size. Somebody, his first official fight at welterweight, somebody his size that's punching, come out there and start landing left hooks, right hands, knocks him out officially with no Ostarine, no banned substances. What do you think they're going to be saying about Brian Norman or Devin Haney? Told you his chin was this. It was already broke. Ryan damaged him. He was never going to be the same. Now he get to live. His career gets to live to fight another day. Now they got to find another narrative to push. And I like to see that for Devin Haney because, like I said, you can say what you want about him. And he signed up for a lot of things. And he accepted the 3 pounds overweight that Ryan was, but he never signed up for Ostarine. And I hated to see him get cheated and dragged after getting cheated. So I always been on his side. But these idiots, they would have been like, his career is done. So I see it, Damon. So I hope you understand what I'm saying when I said his career, he would have been fighting for his career. You get what I'm saying? And that's the sad part because that's the climate we live in. Tank Davis showed you don't even have to lose. Errol Spence showed you only got to lose once. Keith Thurman showed you can't even get injured. So all I'm speaking to is the climate of boxing. Like, you only got to lose one time, and you done, you broken, you damaged goods. You'll never be the same. You get what I'm saying? Like, they don't need that. They don't need to see it all a whole bunch of times. They see it one time. See, I told you. And again, I'm glad Devin Haney was able to prove otherwise. But shout out to IM444. What's good? Dre, it's in the community section, my guy. The link is always posted in the community section.
What's going on, Just Do?
What's good with it?
Well,
W, what's good, bro?
First and foremost, I want to give credit to Devin Haney on his win against Brian Norman Jr. I want to start off by saying that all credit to him. Perfect. I I kind of wanted to hear what your take was. I didn't get a chance to hear your take. I've just been kind of listening to people and just want to see what their assessment was as it relates to Brian Norman Jr., et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? Did you give a take at all on what you thought, or you just kind of just chopped it off to just the better man won?
What you said with Devin and Brian Norman?
Yeah. Like I wanted to know what your take was. What was your assessment of Brian Norman in the fight? Are we allowed to kind of just do like an assessment of just?
Nah, he just was in there. He was in there with a better man. Bill coached a better fight too. Bill coached a better fight, and Brian Norman's inexperience showed in the fight. And Devin Haney showed, you get what I'm saying? He showed separations. He was able to show some levels of separation between the two. Respectfully, Brian Norman, he showed where he still got to grow, some areas where he got to improve. And, I ain't going to trash his coach the first time they lose, but,
Understood.
People were very critical of the instruction or the lack thereof. For me, I was calling it live, so I had my TV on mute, so I couldn't really hear. Like none of the instruction. Maybe I could go back and watch it and listen to it, but at the end of the day, he was in for a fight, bro. And the better man won. The more experienced guy won. The more refined, sharper boxer won. The more come forward pressure guy. He just didn't have an answer. He couldn't cut the distance consistently to get his offense on track. Devin Haney had an answer. He was beating him to the punch. His jab was working. He was tying them up in the clinch. He was being smart there. He was being physical in the clinch, something that you don't see all the time from Devin Haney. So he did some really good things in there. Solid. And it's a good win. It's something really good to build off. You got you're a 3-division champion now. Now that your next part of your career starts, you could put the Ryan shit behind you, the Ramirez shit behind you, because we can't go backwards. We can only go forward. So the last time we seen Devin, he looked good. He beat a young, hungry, undefeated lion, Brian Norman Jr. Credit the Bill. They figured it out, put together a game plan. They got that shit done.
What's going on today,
I'll let Big Dre go. I'll let Dre go.
Talk to me. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
Okay. First of all, let me take my hat off to Devin Haney for a good fight and a good win. I'll take my crow on a sub roll with some cheese and onions and a little bit of barbecue sauce. I will admit that I said immediately after the Ryan fight that Devin sounded and looked like a broken fighter. Before the Osterine came out, immediately after the fight, he said some things and did some things that I said he was broken. Devin took that year off after the Ryan fight. He went through the concussion protocol and took the time off and stayed away from boxing or stayed away from the limelight as much as he could. And I think in that time, he went in and worked on his mechanics. He worked on his stance. He worked on his timing. He worked on his self physically. He did everything that he needed to do to be ready for this next challenge. He came out in the Ramirez fight and fought a fight that his camp said was totally against the game plan. He fought a fight that was that looked like he was still broken. He fought a fight that made him look like he was had some fear in his eyes. And my hat's off to him because it fooled the shit out of me. He won the fight. He won the fight for two reasons. First of all, he was aggressive and in Ramirez's face enough to show enough offense and keeping Ramirez at bay while avoiding him. Saturday night, we got a whole new Devin Haney. I was looking for the bow and arrow. He was holding the phone like he was talking to somebody. He had timing. He stayed off the ropes. He controlled distance. His ring generalship was on display on Saturday night. I take my hat off to him. The man, proved me wrong. And I don't mind saying I'm wrong because it was an eye opener to me. It was not what I expected. The fighter that I expected to be in the ring on Saturday night was not there.
Right.
This wasn't even old Dev. This was Dev 2.0. This was new and improved. Dev, he got rid of a few flaws that people talked about in analyzing the Ryan fight. He took away also those flaws that people talked about during the Ramirez fight. And he probably went back to basics. He probably went to, one of those digital bottom images and got the dots put on him so he could work on his mechanics, because his mechanics looked a little different. His spacing looked a little different. He fought in perfect range. He was just far enough out that he could see a punch coming, and just close enough in that half step put him right where he needed to be to land his jab. They both grabbed way too much during their fight. But that being said, it's part of boxing. And when you do what you need to do to win, and you win convincingly, the knockdown surprised me more than anything else, because everybody said that Devin didn't have power. Devin probably didn't have power because he is killing himself to make weight. He was getting back to size, but didn't bring the strength with him in those 36 hours. Now, he had a much less of a weight cut. His cheekbones still looked like he was Skeletor at the weigh-in, but on fight night, you could see he didn't. It wasn't a devastating weight cut. The man looked good. I got to give him his flowers. You can
right.
add my name to the card, because he surprised me. He fought a different fight than I expected him to fight, and he was able to box Brian Norman, let me rephrase that. He was able to make Brian Norman box instead of fight.
Yeah.
If you were, like I said, if Devin is a very good boxer. But if a fight breaks out, he was in trouble. And his job on Saturday night was to not let a fight break out. And he did his job. He kept it as a boxing match, and as a boxing match, he was going to win.
Correct.
Like I said, he didn't let the fight break out. He said that he was going to stand in front of Norman, and he did it. He stood in front of Norman. He stood just far enough outside that it was to his advantage.
Indeed. Teach was good. 4-4 was good.
I can't call it a master class, but he went from good to very good in my eyes. I'm not going to call him a great boxer, because there's just some things that he hasn't shown me yet. But the fight Saturday night was definitely a step in the right direction of him going from good to great. I give him his credit. He did what he needed to do. And I got about 14 months of crow to eat, because I was definitely dogging him for the whole time since the Ryan fight. And my hat's off to him. He did it. He did a good job on Saturday. He proved me wrong, and he proved me and a whole lot of other people wrong, because I wasn't the only one who was in that camp that Devin still had a bag full of flaws to fix. I think Devin took that bag and he analyzed them and put them into some AI and gave him some insight on how to fix these problems, and they put them into a digital analyzer, and the digital analyzer came back and said, "Hey, you need to do this, 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 and this," and he went out and did it, found a way to make it work. My hat's off to the man for being the fighter that he is, and I guess I can tell frequent that I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this, and then Teach or 4-4, you could go ahead. Matter of fact, y'all can go on ahead, man. I don't think Dre ain't say nothing that's hating. You just might not have heard everything you wanted to hear, but he ain't say nothing that's hating. I know y'all heard the one thing he says, some things he still ain't showed them yet. That's just his thoughts, man, but he still gave credit. Went out there, he fought a smart fight, discipline, stuck to a game plan, got that shit done, got his hand raised, 3-division champion. They could hate on that all they want, but beat him. That's all I say. You mad at him, beat him. Go beat his ass. He got a nice shiny belt. You know what I'm saying? And go take it from him, man.
Hey, there's no hate here, man. There is no hate here.
I already know.
We here to build. We ain't here to tear anybody down. Win, lose, or draw. I'm not going to tear Brian Norman down, even after the loss.
Right.
Everybody that was, everybody that I talked to, that was against Brian Norman, kept telling me, go back and look at the Boca Chica fight. The Boca Chica fight. Yeah, he got dropped by Boca Chica. At the time, even as late as Saturday afternoon, I know that was Friday afternoon. It was at the weigh-in. So at Friday afternoon, I said I didn't think that Devin had the power that Boca Chica has. And he proved me wrong.
He don't got the power Boca Chica got, but you know what he do got that Boca Chica don't got? He's sharp as hell. Faster, quick, got them, he deliver his shots a lot differently. He definitely fast, and he got enough weight on them punches where if you ain't prepared, you're gonna get dropped. Regis the same way. Norman was right there sitting there too long and Dad placed them joints and down he went to a knee. Teach was good with it, but let my guy
the Regis fight was more of a flash knockdown, and it hurt Regis and it surprised Devin, and he didn't go in and go for the kill. I don't think that killer instinct wasn't there. The let's go in and try to take advantage of this wasn't there. It was, I got to keep on boxing and make this the best boxing match out here. And he washed him completely.
Crush was good. Shout out to the chat. Y'all hit the like button, man.
And while I'm here, I'm going to take a couple of minutes. I want to say thank you to Just Do and for playing the commercial for the live local boxing here in Hanover this past weekend. We had a good event. They had a good event. And I got to watch a lot of good boxing on Saturday night. So I appreciate you, Jess. I got another one. They got another one coming up in December. I'm trying to get in touch with the promoter. If I can do a commercial for him, I'll do something for him. We can keep this rolling and keep talking about live local boxing.
Right.
Oh, and shout out to my man Scooter Davis.
Teach for somebody.
Yep.
Oh yeah, my bad, y'all.
Yeah,
y'all balls off. I know y'all got something to say. Somebody Teach. Was good.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I just want to give Devin Haney his credit, man. Man, Devin Haney, showed exactly why he's a three-division world champ, and people forget or don't want to give him credit. They don't really want to give him credit of what he pretty much did up to this point. I mean, dude went through a lot of adversities to get here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think when he was at 35, he was doubted there. Hey, he became undisputed by going to Australia. And
Mm-hmm.
people don't want to give him credit because it's Cambosos. They feel he's a weak champion. But I mean, the balls just to leave the country and to go, into enemy territory. That showed a lot. And for me,
Right.
I mean, I can't like knock what Cambosos has done, right? Because he went out
Mm-hmm.
there, he beat, Teofimo. Somebody we had, we had Cambosos losing against him pretty much.
Right.
He went out there to beat him twice. And then, Devin got to 140, got the belt from Regis. And then, it all went down when he, fought Ryan Garcia. And, he got, knocked down a few times. People thought he was done, washed. But,
Right.
he came to prove these people wrong, man. Like, he came back against, Brian Norman. Dude showed maturity in that fight, discipline. Um, that's the maturity and discipline, man. Like, we just can't forget how much experience that the kid had up until now. And people want to throw that all away just because of what happened with the Ryan fight.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Devin was pretty much booed and hated and overlooked ever since that, but he came back sharper, man.
Yeah.
And this fight was a product of his experience for sure. Like he stayed composed. He outboxed Norman, pretty much neutralized everything that Brian Norman tried to do.
Yeah.
And showed there's really levels in this fight. And I feel like Brian Norman felt. I feel like Brian Norman felt that after he got knocked down in the second round, there's levels to this.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he became a three-division, world champ. And, that's pretty much a result of all these years of experience, pretty much. And we can't just throw that out the window.
Shout out to Tay Peace Queen.
And yeah, this is just him. He fights under the bright light, so he knows what it takes, pretty much. Man, and then you have people out here, before this fight, kind of bad mouthing like Devin Haney, saying that he wouldn't take the fight, because Brian Norman, because he had, PTSD, saying Brian Norman like hits too hard, he's gonna get knocked out.
Right.
They tried to read the people, I think the fans, they read too far into this, man. Like they were just coming up with excuses after excuses after excuses just to to knock him. Even when it came to that VADA test, right? Dude wanted early testing. I don't think that should matter. The press conference where he had to stare down, I think Devin was jittery. Like every single excuse like they came up with to say Devin Haney wasn't ready for this fight.
Mm-hmm.
But when it was fight time, man, Haney shut every one of them down. Like all the narrative, right? He showed up, dominated, proved again that he was built for these moments, pretty much. And I think his fans right now, they just have every right to gloat if they want to, because the dude was getting bashed.
I would if I was them.
Months. Yeah, the dude was getting bashed for months, and
yeah,
you have boxers right now, right? You have Spence, Bud, you have Shakur, Tank. They are hated. Like fans. Some fans hate these guys. But to me, the dude that gets the most hate in boxing right now is Devin Haney. And it's kind of unwarranted, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm with you. So yeah, man, I'm just glad to see that he in a situation where you for the most part you have to give him his just due. You can try to, pick apart the performance or be overly critical, but nah, he went out there and got it done. I'm not gonna do it. I thought Brian Norman was gonna pull it off. He didn't. He didn't find a way to close that gap clean and get his work off. And Devin Haney found the game plan. He neutralized him. He exploited what he wasn't good at, and he boxed smart. Took him to school pretty much. It's a boxing lesson. You know what I'm saying? It's a boxing lesson right there. And that's as a pure boxer, I could respect that. He took some chances. You know what I mean? And he wasn't stupid about it, but he took chances. He didn't run. So I don't agree with Eddie Hearn when he said, what he said. And Conor Benn, he said, the kid is scared of his own shadow and all this stuff. I'm like, that's fighter talk. You expect fighters to talk a certain way, but he was basically dismissing fighting. I'm like, basically, like, for what? Like, that people don't want to see that. No, that just be y'all don't be confident that y'all can beat somebody that can box. That ain't gonna just come to fight. Like, and I ain't knocking you. That's your style. That's your style. But don't dismiss what he do good because you can't do it. You know what I'm saying? He could go out there and box and be clean. You won't go out there and mix it up. And if you force to that kind of fight, you're not confident that you can win. So he went out there and he forced the guy to adjust to him. Brian Norman, he made, Devin forced it to be a boxing match that he was going to win. And that was smart. It's well played on his part.
Yeah. Can I go just do? I want to kind of.
Yeah, sure.
Well, like I say, once again, I want to give credit to Devin Haney. So I just want to get that out the way. Obviously, he won the fight. And, you can't deny that. So all the haters or whatever, he won the fight. But if, like I said, if it's okay to have I think after fights, people have assessments, and it's fair to have constructive assessments of what they think or what they felt or whatever was the issue or what went wrong. So a case in point would be this, right? When Devin Haney went up against Ryan Garcia and that happened, I know most people wrote Devin Haney off, right? And they were, like you were saying, well, I didn't write Devin Haney off after that because, and I didn't even so much, obviously Ryan Garcia cheated. That's an obvious, but I didn't even take it to the point of where it was without the understanding of what the biggest issue was. So my question for everybody is this. If Devin Haney knew that Ryan Garcia was going to be on steroids, do you think Devin Haney would have fought a different fight against Ryan Garcia?
Shit, knowing that shit ahead of time, hell yeah.
Correct. So that's what I want to introduce here in this conversation. It was the element of surprise that got Devin Haney in the Ryan Garcia fight. I mean, obviously the Osterine obviously is at it and amplifies it, but ultimately it's what you do not know that actually can affect you the most sometimes. So now let's move to Brian Norman Jr. My only issue with Brian Norman Jr. is exactly that. That fight is a game of inches. First round, I thought Brian Norman Jr. fought first round beautifully, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay? It was the element of surprise that the Normans did not calculate and process. What is that surprise? They honestly thought that Devin Haney could not hit. This is the reality. I believe this. I believe if Norman had a different understanding or just respect for Haney. See, you never disrespect somebody. I don't care if you think you're greater than them. You treat everything as important. You know what I mean? Like you just can't go into any situation and just think like it's going to be a certain way. The element of surprise is what we saw, and we saw Norman become shell-shocked. So after the shell shock, and I saw that he really, for me, it was like, I think he was absolutely in shock of just like, it was being in shock, and he fought a fight of survival rather than a fight of where you saw Abdullah Mason get dropped, get back up and go completely berserk. get dropped again, get back up, and go and complete the job. You see, that tells me that Brian Norman Jr., and this is where the learning experience is now. So now, here's the other part of it, right? When Devin Haney was hit with the element of surprise, what did everybody say? No one was thinking that. Everybody was saying, oh, no, Devin Haney, he doesn't have the skills. Look, he couldn't even block a left hook, so on and so forth. I feel it's the same thing they're doing with Brian Norman Jr. I honestly feel that this particular display of what Brian Norman Jr. did is not his greatest ability. I think after this fight, I think he's learned a valuable lesson, and I honestly think he will never, ever make that mistake again. I honestly feel that if Brian Norman Jr. had respect for Devin Haney, the fight would look a little bit more competitive. I'm not saying he would have won, but it definitely would have been more of a fight. Well, see, it's a game of chess. Devin Haney, first round, didn't throw nothing. Let's just be honest. So you as a fighter, you should have known that Devin Haney is trying to disguise, what he has for you. And sure enough, it came out in the second round. And sure enough, obviously he couldn't finish the job, which that's neither here nor there. But then let me ask you guys a question. After the knockdown, how many rounds did you guys give Brian Norman Jr.?
Man, it was tough sledding, man. It was tough sledding. There wasn't too many clean, clear rounds after that, period, man. The best round of the fight for him, to me, man, was the first round. Once he got knocked down, I felt like that made him hesitant. I don't think he expected or anticipated Devin Haney landing that kind of shot. And I think maybe he might have,
I was on the panel with Justu, and I had it 10-2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Some shit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, good fight. Like I don't. People writing Brian Norman off. Honestly, man, I view this no different than the master boxer Devin Haney getting hit with a left hook because he underestimated Ryan Garcia. Not being an individual to go and take steroids, and B, not being as powerful and quick, etc. with being prepared for Devin Haney. And so Ryan Garcia on that night made Devin Haney look very amateur. But I never thought Devin Haney was amateur. I never thought he didn't have skills. I just knew that's the power of underestimating. And that is a valuable mistake that Brian Norman Jr. made, because first round, he seemed confident. He seemed very clean. He seemed very in order. After that knockdown, let me tell you, everything you saw a different side. You saw hesitation. You saw a lack of confidence. Yeah. You saw Dave. He was still had to get his feet. You saw the reality.
Yeah.
Yep. And of course
that knockdown made him reset and
and also the breaking of the nose. Also the breaking of the nose. Okay,
what was up with that? Because it was leaking pretty bad. I thought exactly. I didn't want to say it, but I was like, did he break his nose?
No. So check it out. So his nose gets broken. He's bleeding, and so what I look at is that Brian Norman Jr. goes 12 rounds with a broken nose, headbutt to the face, swollen eye, confused, lack of confidence, and maintains to round 12. Look, great, cool. I'm telling you, this is a big learning experience for that young man. Yeah. Do not underestimate no one. And that's the problem. When Brian Norman Sr. told him he ain't got no power, he said that to him in the corner, bro.
Yeah.
He told Junior, Devin Haney ain't got no power, bro.
Yeah, I seen the clip.
And you get hit. You get dazed and you drop.
I know it was bleeding. It was just bleeding a lot. I know it was causing an issue for sure. That was another dynamic too. That's something he had to fight up against. The nose constantly bleeding. That shit was for rounds. He pawing at that nose. Got knocked down by a guy that y'all pretty much on record saying can't hit. You see the clip where he said, "What if I drop you?" He said, "You can't. You ain't got nothing in them gloves." And then 2 rounds later, like that's what popped in my head. Like, 2 rounds later, but yeah, I don't think he overall I think that's what he slept. Maybe they slept in the power department. You know what? Matter of fact, hold on. I thought I had a short little clip from his dad Yeah, you know what? Let's run it real quick.
No excuses on this side. Devin Haney is a great fighter. He did what he did. He came out. I mean, it's mano a mano in that ring. It's just two people in that ring. So, you know, he came out, did what he did. He got the victory, and can't get nothing but respect that.
Obviously, a lot of people, from looking online as well, felt that maybe your son picked up the first round, but then the second round came as a bit of a shock to see Devin drop your son. What went through your mind in that moment, and how much of an influence did that second round, you think, have on the coming rounds?
Yeah, I think that's probably what set the tone that made him maybe not want to punch. Because I always say, if anybody listen to me, I always tell you, power is what make you, not fight like you fight. You understand what I'm saying? You just made me think about that. So that might have been what it was that had him not wanting to punch. That might have been what it was that had him not wanting to throw like he threw or whatever else. Because after the knockdown, after that round, I felt like he was fine. Like he was the same. Talking to him in the corner, he was alert. He could do the things he could do or whatever else. Like I said, to me, it just wasn't firing on the cylinders. Maybe somewhere in the back of his mind, the knockdown got to him. I don't know. But as far as the fight itself, after the knockdown, I think he was fine.
With the sequence of punches that produced that knockdown, what did you think, and why kind of your son allowed that to happen?
I don't think it's really an allow it to happen. I don't think he really allowed it to happen. Right. I mean, I like to give credit to the other fighter because there's two in the ring. Like I said, it takes two. So the other fighter can create that kind of situation and make it happen or whatever else. And he found a good shot. It's boxing. Anybody can get hurt. Anybody can get clipped. I always say it. He got clipped, and that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I just credit it to Devin Haney being a good fighter, whatever else, and maybe putting the combination together to produce that situation.
And that's just honest. Yeah, he put himself in position, man. You sat in front of him too long. He landed some shots, placed them really well. You wasn't ready for him, sat you down. You did get up and, pop right back up. But I know that bothered you a little bit, and I definitely had to change the way you responded after that, because you didn't look like you had the same exact oomph about you, that same confidence. Like that round one confidence was gone in round two after that knockdown. And it seemed like you had a tough time kind of getting out of that gear, right? Get what I'm saying? You started good, and then that happened and it stalled you. It's like you stalled and you had a tough time like revving the engine back up to get, you know what I'm saying, to get really going the way, and fight. Because again, you got to fight with confidence, and it just like you was going through the motions. I don't know what instructions you was given, but like your dad said, maybe that was in the back of your mind that you got caught and made you a little hesitant to fight and throw punches like you typically do in other fights. And if your dad is saying that, I feel comfortable saying that's what it was looking like. Like maybe that was in the back of your mind, you know what I mean? And it happened early. That's why, that's another thing I was saying. It'd be smart for Devin Haney to get his respect early. And I didn't suggest knockdown, but damn it, that's the best way to do it. You made him think about shit. Hold on. You went for a fight. You went for a fight.
And this is the reason. And this is the reason why I say people underestimate the power of when you underestimate, just like Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia got an early knockdown on Devin Haney. You see what I'm saying? But it was only because of Devin Haney's mentality. Devin Haney's a better boxer than Ryan Garcia. But if you go in there with the wrong mentality, even for a hot second, it can change a trajectory. And that's what I feel like with Norman. I feel like Norman really honestly thought he about to see what he got. You know what I mean? I'm going to walk through these punches. He ain't never been at 147. You know what I mean? He pillow fisted. Whatever he going to dish out, I can take that. No, you don't know, bro. No, that was wrong. And then you see Devin Haney ain't throwing nothing. Let's just keep it honest. First round, he ain't throwing nothing. So now you need to understand, okay, I need to be very careful what I show him, because now it becomes that technical IQ game. And it's like you stick to the jab, stay focused, stay disciplined. Don't think his punches ain't gonna hurt, bro. It wobbled you now. Now you all thrown off. Your whole game plan fucked up because the unthinkable happened. And let's keep it real. Third round, Devin Haney tried to get him out of there. He tried. He went for broke. Reset though. He got back to discipline.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know, that's what I would love for you to watch the fight again. I would love to hear your assessment though, like if you when you watch it again though, because I'm curious because you know, when I know you said you had a 10-2 or something like that. I'm just curious. I'm just want to see what your
I mean, I think because once that knockdown happened, I seen that approach change. It just kind of, you know, Devin Haney took the play away from him, boxed him, stayed smart, tied him up. And it was like from that point on, rinse, wash, and repeat. You know what I mean?
Okay. Understood. Yep.
In there and made some of those rounds competitive to a degree, but he just didn't have that answer as to how to break that distance properly and get in the position he needed to get his offense off. And a couple times, Devin Haney gave him an opportunity by hooking with him. And he did eat a couple of those hooks. I don't know if y'all remember. He ate a couple of them, but he took them well and kept boxing smart. He stayed disciplined. This fight was all about confidence, discipline, and game plan, strategy, and sticking to it and showing this guy the separation between the two. And how do you do it? You force it to be a boxing match and see if he can adjust.
And people call it boring.
Just enormous. He could not make the adjustment. And Devin just boxed.
People call it boring, just so. And I could, double back to that same topic and what you mentioned earlier.
I like that, Lisa.
Because like boxing, right, has always been like a mix of styles, right? Like you have brawling, you have the tactical chess matches, then you have, you get the mismatches, then you get the classics. I mean, and it's been like that since I've been watching boxing, right? Like, I'm an 80s baby, so from the 90s until now, or whatever I saw on tape, even before the 90s.
Yeah.
Like nothing's changed. Like you always get these styles of boxing, right?
Yeah.
But what's changed is like the internet attention span and the way like fans consume boxing today. Like people want viral moments, like they want knockouts, they want the chaos. What else? Highlight reels. They want all that so they could talk about it on social media, right? So when a fighter like wins with defense and IQ ring generalship, even if it's a dominant like performance, like some fans call it boring, right? Example, Shakur, and just recently, Devin Haney versus Brian Norman. They're gonna call it boring because they don't want to see that type of fight. But for me, like it's exciting because
I wasn't
it's been
bored,
like that since the beginning, right? So for me, it's exciting, and that's the type of fight that I like to see.
I love a fighter showing me that I might not hit harder than you, might not even be physically stronger, but I'm smarter than you.
Exactly.
Round after round, I'm showing you, look at this shit. Do something with me. Do something about it. You got me. I fucking love that. And yes, I do love if you can get in there and clean somebody's shit and knock them smooth out. I love boxing, but I think it takes an extreme level of discipline to outbox somebody like that.
Well, you know what the thing is?
Mistakes. I kept saying it. Devin Haney got to fight a mistake-free fight. Damn it, he went in there and did it. Face clean as hell. He can go to the club. He don't need glasses. Like, what we mean? What the born my ass, man? Eddie Hearn, whatever, bro. Whatever.
Just do.
Then he go out there and get knocked out, and that's exciting. For nah, bro. Box, Devin Haney. Box.
You know what's the issue, Just do? The issue is that boxing isn't becoming boring. The issue is, and not really an issue, it's just that more casual people are watching boxing. And that's
got a voice
that's it.
Because of the social media,
and more casual people
live streams where people got opinions and they casual as hell. Yeah. That's why I said we got to start pushing boxing again. That was a good boxing display. You get what I'm saying? I get people arguing, I wasn't really a master class. Well, look, it was clean, it was efficient, it was effective, it worked. He wasn't scary. He stood his ground. He gave opportunities to the puncher, but he outboxed and outsmarted him. And it's okay. That young man to be back. Devin Haney era 2.0 starts. Shout out to Lisa, man. I love that point, man. It's hard to make an adjustment to something that you thought would never happen. That is an absolute fact. Man, that is a fact. I agree 1,000,000%. I think neither one of them anticipated Devin Haney sitting him on his knee like that, putting him down, man. And it's a learning lesson. That's the dope thing about boxing, bro. You get to learn. He's been knocked down before, but I think in that instant, he didn't expect it from a guy that's considered a non-puncher. And remember, they was putting this
Just
emphasis
do.
on the long
Yeah, but
expense
just
to
do.
try to knock out.
When just do like a boxer's job, right, is to win and not take unnecessary damage, right? So when Shakur fought Zepeda the way he did, I mean, I was kind of pissed when he did that because I wasn't expecting him to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Shakur, he boxes masterfully, like,
Yeah.
and not taking these type of damage. So honestly, I was kind of surprised and kind of upset he fought that way. But a
I
win
get
is a
you.
win, though. But some fights are explosive,
You know
and
what?
some fights are
For
going to be
me, Teach,
strategic. It's part of
I
the sport.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, but I knew it was something. Like while watching it, I'm like, he proving a point. He proving a point, and I think he good. And if you listen, no Teach, he know what's up. What did he say?
Not fighting that way
What did
again.
he say? You hear me, Teach? They said you gonna do that again. He said, hell no. And you get me? He get it, bro. He like, look, I just wanted to show y'all a little something, and that's why I love that dude watching him fight. I'm sorry, bro. He showed you like all that shit y'all said I couldn't do. I did it in this one fight against a damn octopus. And when I say octopus, he just throw punches everywhere and beat him at it. And now I go back to doing what got me here. Hell with that. Y'all not entertained by that. Too bad, man. But hell, he said, hell no, I'm not going out there. He said, I took too much punishment. And look how clean his face still was, though. Like, as boxing fans, like, look at his face, though. But what is he saying? Nah, I took too much punishment. No, I don't like getting hit like that. Hell no. And it's already they ready to criticize him. Nah, bro. Once was enough for me. So, like, again, Devin Haney got dragged. His most entertaining fight is a fight that don't even count. The shit with Ryan Garcia where he cheated him. And they dragged him for it. If I'm Devin Haney, I'm selfish as shit, and I'm boxing for the rest of my career. Kiss my ass respectfully. I'm sorry. To the haters, though, to the people that know that, listen, this is what I do. I box, and I'm a phenomenal boxer. They going to understand. For them ones like Eddie Hearn that's talking about he was scared to engage. Bullshit. That's not a guy that was fighting scary. He wasn't fighting scary. Shell-shocked. He wasn't fighting like, yo, I got my ass beat a couple fights ago by a dude on Osterring. He wasn't fighting like that. Devin Haney was fighting like, all right, bro. Look,
Listen, Jusdu.
And that knockdown gave him confidence on another level, man. He was like, man, he was in his bag a little bit. He was being smart. Rinse, tie him up, let the refs separate us, get back to it, pop him with a jab, take this up jab. Like that shit was nice to see. It was good to see somebody bouncing back. And it was good to see me be proven wrong. I want the record to reflect how wrong I was, but I don't care about that because I still support Norman. He'll be back. But it was good kudos to Devin Haney. I want to see what you really going to look like at 47. You know what I'm saying? I want to see just how far you can take this shit. You're a 3-division champion. You did that shit the right way. You fought a dangerous young lion, and that's what it is. That's what I want to see. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what's next.
Listen, Abdullah and Noakes to me had the best fight of the night, man. It was exciting to watch. But I mean, you could obviously tell because Abdullah is a boxer. You could obviously tell at the back of his mind, like, man, I don't want to get hit like this anymore. Like, he knows he's gonna have
kudos to Haney. What that Abdullah Mason fight? Another one was that was surprisingly really good. Not even surprised, but just competitive, should I say? Sam Noakes really competed. He really competed in there. And that really was impressive to watch, bro. Like that he gave it a real go. He really he pushed Abdullah, pushed him. Abdullah Mason had it, but hey, man, he showed him. He showed some of his flaws and the mistakes that he made. He showed that he's young, he's still growing. Sam Noakes was fighting his ass off in there, bro. Man, he was fighting.
People want this kind of fight from Abdullah, but he can't get that type of fight like each time, because I mean, brain damage, man. That's eventually going to creep up on you if it keeps happening.
Hell yeah. That's why I say, man, I love a fighter that understands the less he get hit, the longer he lasts. It's nothing cool about taking punishment. But I see people mad because Shakur is vocal. He don't bite his tongue. they mad at what he had to say, and I'm gonna pull it up in a second. But I think people make big deals out of nothing all the time. What is wrong with y'all, bro? Like, damn, look, credit to Abdullah. He fought a gritty fight. That shit turned into a war of attrition, and he outlasted his opponent for sure. He showed you that he gritty, he tough, he game, but he still fight with the young boy energy. What Shakur said, I think is spot on. You could call it hating all you want. He's saying that shit on a public platform where everybody can see it. It's nothing hating. It ain't sneak dissing. That's for people with a no disrespect. That's surface level thinkers. Every like, you know, critique or not even every comment, anything said about the fight is considered like, all right, sneak dissing. Nah, man, he a young bull. Don't rush him. If that's hating, bro, when y'all out here telling me he better than Shakur right now, and then he go out there and have that kind of fight with Sam Noakes, that's nothing to take away from it. But come on, man. Now we know damn well if that's a Shakur Stevenson on the other end of an opponent like that y'all would pretty much, he would, first of all, he wouldn't be shit if Shakur fought him. We know that. Sam Noakes, they'd be like, who? Who is that? The UK bum? that already know. But it's not, y'all, you got people that was rating him over Shakur based on like preference, not what he actually shown you or proven to you. And don't tell me shit about no eye test versus a guy that's more proven. And fights like this show you exactly that. He's still learning, he's young, but he built for this shit. Those experience that he's getting while he's winning, the one where he got knocked down twice, he won. Oh, it was a war of attrition, he won. That shit build character, that shit gonna make him better. But to put him over like more established, more accomplished, more proven fighters, I think is crazy. And that's what Shakur be saying, because he hear that bullshit too. Y'all keep saying that he won't fight him. He keep telling y'all he will. I'm telling y'all I think the Jay Prince shit will always stop it. But nonetheless, the kid went out there and fought a good fight. He nice, but he got a lot to learn still. He still fight with the young boy energy. Shakur don't fight with that. It's way too much poise, too much experience, IQ, discipline. Shit different. Like that shit would be totally different. If you see the way they move, they both started their careers on Top Rank, right? Keyshawn included. Let's throw them all in the mix because that's who they rate him over. The Keyshawns, the Shakurs, they leave Tank out of it, but they say they rate him over them too. You see the difference in how they move them as a whole. Shakur Keyshawn as silver medalists has moved much differently than Abdullah. But Abdullah Mason is showing you what Saturday night he got the goods. He a world champion, the youngest active world champion for a reason, and he only gonna get better, I think. But it is a such thing. People are rushing him, trying to put him in there with like. Think about it. You think the powers that be trying to put him in there with a Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis right now? Like, never mind what he'd do, his team, and any of that. You think that's what they trying to do? Like, people be really talking like casuals. So I know that shit look good, but man, imagine Shakur going out there getting cut and having a go like that with Sam Noakes, what y'all say about it. Imagine what you would say. So I just want that to sink in. I just want it to sink in. Like, what you would say. Think about what you would say if that was him in there, and then and come up with your assessment. That's not a slight to Abdullah. He handled business. He a dog, man. He took shots, big shots. You know, Noakes was getting uppercuts and hooks, fighting with the free hand. He was clipping Abdullah. He just kept figuring it out. Youngin ain't had no quit in him. He don't fold. He kept boxing. He was on that stick. But when he fought when he controlled the range is when he did the best.
Yep.
Whenever he allowed Sam Noakes to break the distance and get in close, that's when he was doing his best work, and he was making that shit rough. And like I said, fights like that build character. It make you better in the long run. Those fights where you gotta like, you know, grit it out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Now every fight ain't gonna look like that, but when it needs to go there, you can go there. And that's the kind of fight that we see Saturday. Like, yeah, everything ain't gotta go Abdullah Mason way. He's still gonna figure it out. He's gonna keep boxing. You get what I'm saying? He's gonna stay sharp. You get what I'm saying? Stay disciplined. That's what it was. But he's just a young fighter, 21 years old, and they showed. And I don't have no real negative takeaways. You know what I'm saying? Sam Noakes came to fucking win. And that's what happens when you got somebody that's coming to win with an O. It got something to give up too, man. He wanted that. He wanted that belt. He fought like it. Blaze, what it do? Shout out to Zoom. What's good? Yeah, he a dog. He showed that.
I don't even mind people putting Shakur versus Mason now, because I mean that's a fight that I would like to see sooner than later, just because all the belts are the belts are taken now, right? You got Mortala, Shakur, you got Tank, and now you got Abdullah. At this point, these guys just need to unify right now, try to get undisputed. And I think Shakur and Mason would be the easiest one to make. Granted, that they're on a J Prince. I think J Prince should make that fight. And let Shakur and Mason fight sooner than later.
I mean, I ain't mad at it. It's just,
I mean, even if Mason loses, right? I mean, he's still young. He could always build back up. But this would be like a good win for Shakur, since Shakur's getting older, right?
I mean, shit. I just don't think they'd be willing to do it. And I think the youngin, like, he gonna be a fighter. Shit, if they ask him, pretty sure he'll say yeah. But you know what? Now that he got a belt, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Zoom, it's like you can't protect. Everything is possible now once you get a title in your hands.
I mean, he's already been a world champion, so he accomplished that one. Now, try and unify.
Yeah,
I feel like
so
all those guys should mix it up.
I learned Saturday when his power is not overly effective. Now you get to see where he's deficient at, or where the mistakes and the flaws are at. And it's usually like that with young guys that's be having a way. And it's not a bad. It's just we had to learn. We had to figure it out. There's not a lot of people. It's not a lot of Sam Noakes. Sam Noakes was a solid, a real competitor. It's not a lot of guys that's gonna push Mason that way. Right? It's not a lot of those Sam Noakes types right now. You know what I'm saying? Now, there's some fights out there for him. Don't get me wrong, but not everybody is a Sam Noakes, is what I'm saying. He wasn't a run-of-the-mill fighter to me, despite what people think of him. He was solid, man. He was solid. He was game. He wanted to fight, and he earned his spot, man. You know what I mean? He made this shit tough for that young boy. He was not the knockout victim that I anticipated him being. I swear, I was like, man, I think late is where Abdullah gonna get him, but he was tough as hell. And I kept saying that it depends on how tough Sam is. And had I known, he ain't had no quit in him. He know he was losing that fight. He was down, but it was competitive. He was bleeding. Abdullah was bleeding. I was like, yeah, this is a fight, man. This is a real fight. It's a real ass fight, and it's a good one. It's fun. Jay Smith was good with it, Jay. Hannibal was good. Noakes definitely gained facts. Anybody that's taking shots, them body shots that was curling them and hurting them, I know they was hurting, man. I know them shots was hurting. He was curling that. That's what Core said. He a baby, though. Don't rush him. He said, respect the grit, though. And that's hating. That's all you need in today's boxing, to be hating. That's it. So he not a baby. So he said something wrong. So if Abdullah Mason at 21 years old capturing that title is not a baby.
That comment I disagree with, though. That comment I disagree with, because to me, Mason is ready. It's just that, he has a certain flaw that I think Shakur could take, advantage of right now.
Dude say, you my favorite fighter, Shakur. I swear to God, I'm always with you. On your side. But this right here is some hating shit, gang. That's hate. That's sad that's hating. Like, what did he say that would be considered hate? Because he said he a baby? That's what it is, though, because like I said, Core was coming up, or Keyshawn. That's what they compare him to. They leave Tank out of it conveniently for some reason, but I'll just leave it there with them. If they got dropped by Johan Vasquez twice in the same round on the come up, they'll be getting criticized to the ends of the earth. They went for the Sam Noakes, had a tough scrappy. The criticism wouldn't stop. You get what I'm saying? But I'm glad that people have taken a liking to Abdullah Mason, because this is how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to highlight that he got tested Saturday, but he did well. He had the answers to the test. He figured it out. He won. Wasn't no robbery and none of that. Even Sam Noakes, the way he clapped at the end, he knew he didn't win that fight. He knew Abdullah Mason won the fight. So that I'm glad that people like him and there's not hate. So, he could be received the right way, but I wish people had that same energy for every other fighter, not just Abdullah. All these young dudes, all these guys, the Devin Haney's, even the established guys. I wish we had that same energy for when they go out there and do what they're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? So his biggest problem fighting the elite, considered the elite level guys, is that he still fight with the young boy about him. And at the same time, that could give a fighter maybe some issues early, right? Because he with it. He at you. He with you. He like, you get me. He busy. But as the fight wear on and you slow down, and like I said, your power is not moving and affecting guys like the way you typically used to, right? How do you behave there? You get what I'm saying? And that's when you start seeing the mistakes being made, and a more experienced, more poised fighter, you know what I'm saying, gonna take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. It's crazy, right? That people will say, you know, you give any constructive criticism, you say anything, you know what I'm saying? Anything outside of he the best young fighter in the world and this and that, then you hate it. But, you know, I wanted to know something to those people. Like, I want to know, was he hating with this too? I want to know, was he hating when he did this?
Don't do that! Where the paper at?
I wonder was the core hating when he
went to elite. Every fighter in the first round is dangerous. Yes. Every fighter. Yes. So, with your skills and everything that you got, bro, you could keep guys outside for the first, because you can fight outside and inside. You can fight both ranges. Mm-hmm. But for them first 3 rounds, you still want to be defensively aware and keep guys outside. And then 4th, okay, he weared down a little bit. Now we're going to step to him and take him out of there. Because you're going to take everybody out of there with your skills, bro. No, but just understand, early on, everybody is dangerous. So you don't want to go out there just exchanging and giving up your height. Keeping guy at bay, and then 3, 4, 5, okay, you slow down, now I'm about to beat your ass. No, for sure. Got me, you a hell of a fighter, bro. You're going to be one of the greats, bro, I promise you. Just make sure the IQ is there with the skills, bro. Absolutely. Got me? Appreciate
it. Man, when a hater talk like that, man, he said make sure the IQ with the skill. You're a hell of a fighter. When a hater would take his time telling him that, because he basically don't be in a rush, bro. Take your time. And he still fight with the young boy energy. He got punched in his face. And he like the way he shuffled his feet and like got right back in there and dude popped him again. It's like be intelligent. Like you don't fight like you in a rush to get your work done. Don't rush your food. Then you fuck around and choke. You got dropped twice trying to rush your food. That's all he telling him. A hater wouldn't even waste his time explaining that to him. He the first one in the locker room telling him some shit that could take him definitely to the next level. More patience, more poise, calculated Abdullah Mason. Man, gonna eat already a killer. He telling them shit that could take your game really to the next level. More patient guy, tighten up on the defense, close them little holes and little deficiencies he got. Stop fighting with that eagerness, right? You don't want to fight like that because people take advantage of it. Because that burns the candle at both ends. Now you slowing down in the back end of fights. You get what I'm saying? When you could be fighting, you get what I'm saying? You could be a lot more fresh when you just picking your shots. Like you got the skill. He telling you can fight at either range. Telling them the right shit. Just slow it down a little bit. How much better would that make this guy? You get what I'm saying, Lisa? But nah, he a hater because he said don't rush him. All right, well, yeah, Saturday night. I mean, look, he a champion now. I don't care who they put him in there with. But I'm saying I love that advice from him. A hater wouldn't waste their time is all I'm saying. Wouldn't even waste your time saying that shit. And McQueen was good with it, bro. I love that advice from him. Man.
I remember when that clip first surfaced, it was Shakur's trying to make another brother in boxing so he won't have to fight him. And he don't fight his friends.
Right.
Now he's a hater.
Right.
That made no sense.
He said it again, like on one of the posts, like he'd fight him. And it's like, why y'all keep forcing that? Like y'all got to pay attention to the chessboard and start making it make sense. And unless I'm wrong, the only way that fight happens is somebody gonna have to offer some money on the table. It's gonna be something that's worth it, where they taking the risk. Being signed up under the same people it makes me think that it's less likely to happen. It's not impossible. I could be wrong. Anything can happen, but you got to pay attention to that. And I know people want to say, "Oh, well, he's trying to make another brother." Who was signed where first? Way before, like what? Who knew who was signed there when they went over that way? You see how nobody never questioned why Abdullah Mason went over there and signed with Jay Prince, but as soon as they heard DB3, they got mad. It's crazy how weird boxing fans are. So just got to think of that, man. Like if you somebody that is managing fighters and giving advice, you put them in there if it's money that doesn't need to be turned up, shouldn't be turned up. Other than that, you just got people online talking about, yeah, they should fight because I don't know if that's the incentive that's needed within boxing nowadays. It's just because the fans saying it. I don't know. Got to be some money. That shit got to make sense, man. But look, for me, I'm with all of it. Let's see it. He already said he'd fight him. And Abdullah Mason said it on multiple occasions. He'd fight Shakur too. Man, he a young beast, but I ain't worried at all because I know what I see. IQ is different. The experience is different. The way that they approaches is different. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Abdullah Mason could be held for anybody right now because he a young dog, man. He a young lion, man. You gonna have to take his young ass to school, beat him up. You know what I'm saying?
Shooter, man.
You gonna have to.
I'm not too tough on him as far as the Sam Noakes performance is concerned. That to me wasn't really too much of an indication of quote unquote like young boy energy to me, because the past 3 fights since he got dropped by Vasquez, the Carlos Onales fight, that was pretty responsible. The Hymas fight was pretty responsible. He wasn't reckless in that fight. And then that last fight with Nakatila, he pretty much kept him on the outside, didn't allow that guy to get going. Some motherfuckers are just tough. And Sam Noakes is clearly tough because some of them shots he was just still coming forward through. We've seen Abdullah Mason get lesser guys out of there with those same exact shots. Sam just wasn't going. He was just prepared like that. Louis Sylvester said when he faced him, the dude felt strong as hell like a damn middleweight. I'm not sure if you got the clip of Shakur talking about sparring Sam Noakes. He was saying he was one of the strongest guys he's been in with at 135.
Yeah.
Like he said the dude is strong like that. Felt the power on the gloves. I was like, nah, he's punching. So I don't think that was one of those situations.
He felt
it. So I think with Sam Noakes, the dude is he's just a sturdy dude, man. He's one of them guys where
fire with that shit.
He gonna walk through that fire, man. He gonna walk through that fire. And he was getting his ass lit up. There was a couple times where he got hit with some shots to the body where I thought he was gonna take a knee or just like fold, but that man never wavered. He never wavered, and he got hit with some good shots and came back with him. So I think it was just one of those type of fights. Because anybody else, I think it probably would have been over by the 4th or the 5th, maybe. If it was just a regular, just come forward pressure guy, and Abdullah's landing them same punches, that dude is just strong and sturdy. What they say, he into like a roofing or something like that. That dude just physically strong. And every now and again, you're going to come across some dudes that don't give a damn about your jab, don't give a damn about your footwork. They just going to press you out and make you fight. But we learned some things about Abdullah Mason. Even when such is the case, he can do so. So at least he got that in his back pocket as his ace in the hole. If it ever get dicey for real, he could stand in there and fight. And I don't see too many other fighters forcing him to fight that type of fight. You know, you don't have too many of those Sam Noakes or even like Williams and Peters walking around where these dudes are going to just press forward and just walk through shit. Most guys, you counter them a couple of times and then they get the message. they ease up on their approach.
All right. Fate was good with it. Yeah, man. I was saying that ain't too many people. Or like whether people, I don't know how they sound, but everybody ain't Sam Noakes. They're not gonna fight like that, and they ain't gonna push in that way.
And they ain't gonna be able to take it like that. Like take the shit that Sam Noakes was taking.
He tough. He's tough, man. Them body shots.
Gotta give his credit too, man. It's actually, it's actually a fight that while I was watching it, I was like, man, I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind wanting to see this fight again, because I think it kind of, from an entertainment aspect, I think it kind of warrants a rematch. It's something that I would like to see. But, it wasn't like a close fight at the same time, but it was competitive though.
Right.
I didn't really know much about Sam Noakes. Like I've seen 1 or 2 of his fights, on the zone. And I mean, and then from what I seen from the highlight, like I know that he's a gritty fighter, pressure fighter, and he's consistent with his jab and his power punches. And obviously, we know that he's like one of those top domestic fighters, in England, which Frank Warren kept talking about. Man, the dude has an engine, like he has a lot of power. And obviously we saw like his willingness to like take a risk in that Abdullah fight when Abdullah was lighting his ass up, man.
Yeah.
But he kind of built his reputation from his relentless finishing. Like I think he had like a good amount of knockouts too, if I'm not mistaken.
15 out of 17 fights, too.
15 out of 17.
They had close to the same KO ratio.
Yeah, and even in this loss, like he showed quality of.
Hell yeah, he made a fan out. He made a fan out of me.
I think I left in his comments that I want to see another fight from you again. Like I left.
Hell yeah.
Teach, I'm with you as far as the entertainment aspect is concerned. I think it would be a very entertaining fight, but right now, like hell no. That's too grueling. You don't want to have 2 of those back to back, and then we wondering why the hell neither one of these guys can take punches 2-3 fights from now because the damn chin has been eroded, punch resistance is damn near gone because they just going in there and just going at it. Like that shit was grueling, bro.
But I was telling Just Do about the the internet casual these days. There's something that I do agree with though, because I mean at some point I also want to see excitement in fights, but that's not like my main thing. But
people treat it like every fight.
Yeah, it's not every fight, but there are times that you're gonna want to see some entertaining fights, and this was one of them. Like I wouldn't mind like seeing it again.
I say, man, people expose their IQ or knowledge or lack thereof when we start watching pure boxers expecting knockouts, walking away from the fight, but he ain't knock him out, though. Like, bro, what? Like every fight ain't gonna be a knockout. Every fight ain't gonna be super exciting. Every basketball game you ever watched in your life, football game ain't been exciting and ain't been like the best thing ever. Certain fights, sometimes it's gonna be what it's gonna be, man. I just think we got too comfortable complaining about it that even when they give you something good, we still don't highlight it enough. Devin Haney gave us a good boxing match. What do people like Eddie Hearn do? Get the trash. He's scared. He didn't want to engage. It's like, bro, what? That's not the fight to make that case off. You have a tough time making the case. He wasn't moving around like super happy feet in this particular fight, bro. Gave Brian Norman opportunities. He just wasn't stupid about it. It's like if I gotta be stupid with my health to entertain you, then the hell with you and your support, bro. Because I'm here to win. And that's what he did, man. He came to box.
I feel like Turkey is one of those internet casuals as well, because I think Eddie said what he said because of Turkey. That's what I think.
Shout out to the Queen Latifah. That's a fact. Yeah, they said before it was born too. That's their favorite thing. I was hearing people disrespecting Andre Ward more recently. I was like, it's crazy how regular we've made it to just discredit some of the best fight. I get it that he might not be in your preference, but to diminish him as a talent and like dismiss him and say that's just crazy to me. It's like that's what's wrong with the sport right there. We don't give people their proper credit. We just lump them in. If you don't like him, then that means he just wasn't that good. If it wasn't your preference, then that means he just wasn't that good. Like, nah, that's not what that means, man. That's a special talent. Football coach, you can't stop him running the ball, not throwing it right. Man, in boxing, we'd be like, nah, that outboxing shit ain't enough. I heard somebody say, yo, that lateral movement shit ain't enough, man. I don't want to see no lateral movement in no fight. I was like, what? What?
People get beat up.
What? You don't want them to do lateral move? What do you want them to do? Just stand there and fight? Just stand there at this point. Told you, I heard somebody say, I want to see Shakur get in a fight and just throw punches without worried about what's coming back at him. I was like, what? Says no boxer ever. How would he? He wouldn't be as good as he is defensively if he thought like that. He just wouldn't.
Imagine like no lateral movement against a boxer like Pitbull, please. Because Pitbull is coming with all haymakers, yeah.
Teach. That's when I knew it was over, bro. I was like, it's not about boxing at this point. You just don't like this guy. You don't like it.
Haymaker.
You don't like this guy. I'm like, yeah, man. And it's showing. That's crazy. It kind of been title fight
People got
47, the
spoiled,
IBF
man.
champ, but also British, but they don't want that cause on them. Conor
My
Benn gonna
personal
try to slip
theory.
in the
Folks
back
got
door
spoiled
30,
by the
47.
the fighters of yesteryear. And then I look at the training nowadays, and you got to ask yourself, how many complete fighters do we have out there?
Yeah.
We have like more specialists than ever. Like pressure fighters ain't even really built the same like that.
Nope. They be missing shit.
I was watching Barry McGuigan the other day versus Pedroza.
You see
And the way this
pressure
dude was
fighters with
coming
bad
forward,
feet.
he wasn't just coming forward on some Roy Monvia shit, just hands up, head on the line. Like, nah, he was flipping as he was coming forward. Being responsible and being intelligent with the pressure, changing up the cadence on his punches, stepping over and doing little things of that sort. Doing little things like that. Chavez, same thing. Like, you watch Chavez fight, it just ain't the same, man. And then the same could be said with the quote-unquote pure boxers. They don't make them like Sweet Pea no more, man. You got specialists nowadays. Because you look at them old school fighters, a lot of those guys were better equipped to fight inside, outside, however it needed to be done. Hell, Muhammad Ali known for boxing, being up on his toes, but if shit got gritty and grimy, you can do that too. But I think it's more so the coaches.
Yo, Devin, Bill Haney was a good coach in that corner. In that fight, gave some really good instructions. Had to watch the replay on YouTube.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that tonight.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that when I jump off. I'm gonna make that my homework because I love rewatching fights, especially with the sound on, where I could hear it. You know, it was muted fight night when we called it, so I did hear. I seen a clip on both sides. I played one, and I heard people being really critical of Norman Sr.
Yeah, I didn't like the
His instructions, man. I it's just easy to do that when you lose, man. I get it. Like, all right, somebody had to lose, right? So maybe maybe he did get out coached. So, right? Is it the end of the world? Why is it always an indictment? Can somebody fucking lose a fight without being exposed? Please. Can somebody please lose a fight without being exposed? You'll see 2 A-level fighters going there and fight. Somebody lose. He got exposed. No, he didn't. He lost to a guy that was better than him on the same level as him. That's not getting exposed. Shout out to Big Dre. Pardon me, Big Dre being a member, man. Appreciate that love. Appreciate that.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, man. I gotta support this good boxing talk, different but good opinions from all sides on your channel, right? That's what it's about. Like, we ain't gotta be right. Let's just build, man. What did you see? Tired of arguing. People will ask you what you seen, you give an assessment, then they'll be mad that you was honest with it. Like, you seen something different than them. Man, I don't know. What fight was you watching? Same one you was watching. I just seen some different shit. That's all. Right? It was a great night, man. I didn't see no running. To think about it, Conor Benn said Devin scared his own shadow. Eddie Hearn, Tate was good with it. Eddie Hearn talking about he didn't want to engage. He was boring. I didn't see that. I didn't get boring. Devin Haney gave me a good boxing match. You know what I'm saying? And the young Brian Norman couldn't catch up. He couldn't make the adjustments, the in-fight adjustments to catch up to him. He had the answers for the test, man. They said that was the dangerous left hook, the right hand. I said it. You know what I mean? I talked about how his feet wasn't slow. I thought he was athletic enough to keep up. And, listen, Devin Haney said, watch this. You know what I'm saying? And I tell y'all, and he showed it, man. That's it. That's all. I mean, Conor should have gotten, he dismissed it. He dismissed it and then said, like, people don't want to see it. Like the guy is scared of his shadow or something like that. He was saying. I thought I had that little clip from Conor. But you know, matter of fact.
Rolly Romero, WBA champ.
He can get it. He can get it, no problem. That'd be a fun fight. That excites me. Ryan excites me. You see that in there? I don't want to give people that. What, scared fighter? He's scared of his own shadow. He didn't even want to throw a jab in case his own jab caught him back.
Yo, Conor with that damn short suit coming from Dubai, pissing me off. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like words just being used without any. Hey, man, I'm telling you, in boxing they do it a lot, Lisa. I swear they do it. People don't even care to get you to understand. They just throw shit out there. Just throw it and see what stick. I promise you they do. I want to see Conor versus Haney. Yeah, plant-based. Devin the Dream Haney, easy work, man. Look, man, he won comfortably. I'll say that. He won comfortably. You know what I mean? He was challenged, but not, he wasn't pushed to the brink or nothing like that. You know, Brian Norman, he tried. You know, he was there, he didn't quit.
I like Conor Benn, but if he fights Crocker, man, he got to take that back because that's a worse fight than Haney.
Right. Everybody critical until it's their turn to get their ass in there. We gonna see, man. But look, like I said, it was a good night. Bam Rodriguez was phenomenal, man. He was phenomenal. That dude really is something special. He won exactly how I thought he was going to win. Picasso and then a later knockout. I said, yeah, I knew it. And he was, I caught the clip where he was smiling right before he put him out. Yo, that dude a demon. Yo, Benn be on demon time, bro. He chill as hell. He'll beat you up, yo. That shit crazy. Them be the worst ones, man. So humble, chill, and will really put real hands on you, real in a violent way, yo. That dude is a small guy with some legit punching power, and he's fun to watch, bro. And he really know how to put them shits together. I said it. As soon as he started doing the angles and couldn't keep up with the angles, I was like, yeah, it's over. It's over. That angle. Get him up. Them angles was tearing him up. Bam, is just do. I'm like, yeah. He one of them ones, Lisa, man. He one of them ones, man. He is one of them ones. He gotta enjoy it. I know Robert Garcia enjoying coaching that dude, man.
I think he left Vika's opponent for last. So that's gonna be an easy win for him.
He got one more belt, right?
Yeah,
man, he really destroyed. I said this. I knew it. Somebody was saying that was the best fight on the card, and not that it wouldn't be, but I just expect, I guess, so much from Bam. Like he did what I expected. Like, and that's not a bad thing, but he's that impressive. Like I knew it. He's very consistent at performing, and you gotta. Like I think Ant pointed it out. Like, a couple of times he's been caught in fights throwing a little too much. But, I also feel like you learn from that too. Like, when you're doing too much. But I just felt like he was locked in. Like you could see the face-off dude trying to press him. He giving him the thumbs down. Like just so subtle. Like, bro, I'm about to beat your ass. He's so calm. Like you wouldn't even think that it's a face-off right now. So regular for this dude. And he getting there. And he saved all of it for the ring. He don't do no trash talk. I mean, he saved it all for the ring, man. That's a fun, small guy to watch. I can't wait to see the next fight from him and see if he move up, whatever the other division he try to conquer. That dude really is, I think, a special small guy, a real talent, man. Fun to
tough
watch.
guy too.
Yeah, man.
Very tough.
With
Like
broken
he's one of
jaws.
those ones. Yeah, that was Christian Gonzalez. No, that's what I was saying about Bam. I was saying that he's another one of them dudes. Like if shit gets sketchy in there and it start getting grimy, he's with that too. Him and Inoue. When I seen that Inoue fight where he got his orbital bone broke with no needle to him, and he fought through that, I was like, yeah, he's different. Like he's different.
I know
and
one
the same
thing
thing with Bam when he got his jaw broke by Gonzalez. I was like, nah, he different. Fighting like that.
Mm-hmm. I know one thing. David Benavidez need to be arrested. David Benavidez, it need to be some type of warrant out for his arrest. I seen enough, man. At this point, just handcuff him, lock him up. because that shit is not fair at all. That shit ain't fair at all, man. Like, he having too much fun, and it is violent. It's a violent ass whooping with he enjoy it. Like, he devious, man. David Benavidez, somebody to press charges on that man for what he did to my man Anthony Yarde Saturday night, man. Like, yeah, something wrong with that dude. I'm telling you, I'm not joking when I say he fight like nobody loved him. Like,
The
nobody
demon,
cared about him.
the
Like,
demon,
it's
the devil
boxing,
emoji
and then
should
it's
be
nothing.
exclusive for
Like, that's
Benavidez.
how he fight.
Yeah.
Every punch is like with bad intentions. He don't got no sense. He throwed off. Like, he had Anthony Yarde looking like he's
smart
seen
with it,
God
though.
in the
He's
ring.
smart with it.
Why is he looking like look how he looking while he on the ground?
Yeah.
Blood splattered all over his face. Braids telling you when the braids start to look different, you know it's like the fight over. Whatever hairdo you came in there with, when it start to look different, the fight is usually over. He had Anthony Yarde looking down like he seen God in the ring. I'm telling you, like who is he looking at? What is he seeing? He's seen him. He's seen the light. I'm telling you, they say go towards the light. You should have went towards the light, Anthony, because that shit was bad, bro. Like, I like Anthony Yarde a whole lot, but I kept saying it. Benavidez is really going to do a number on him.
Yep.
And every time you slow down, your ass is grass. Don't get in the ring with him. Matter of fact, it need to be some type of you can't get in the ring with Benavidez if you got any gas tank issues. It's not going to be good for your health. I'm not even playing. That shit could have got really bad. It did get bad. It could have got worse because Anthony Yarde too tough for his own good. I'm glad they ended that fight. The hell wrong with him? Like, you wanted to still go? You had the nerve to look up. You looked up at God like, God, please saved your life in there, bro. Man, you see that man throwing them punches from hell? Man, he was throwing them right hands with so much disrespect, bro. Like, you gotta get a gun at this point with Benn and shoot him in his pinky toe, man. Like, this shit is not fair, and it's supposed to be a fair fight. That shit did not look like a fair fight. Who said it? Anthony Yarde was looking like he got jumped. Yes, he definitely on the ground. Like, yo, man, damn, how many of them is one guy doing that? That shit ain't fair. I'm telling you. People don't fight with the intensity he fight with.
Exactly.
And he trained how he fight how he train is one and the same. He put everything into it, and everything is going to be put into beating your ass. I'm so serious when I say this. You gotta knock him out. I'm starting to feel like that. When I look across the landscape and you start throwing like the Zordos out there, Beevil. I love Beevil. I love it. Like, I love to see it, but you gotta knock him out or something. Shit ain't regular, bro. He on speed. He fight like he on speed. I don't know, like he on adrenaline or something, man. That shit ain't. That's a violent ass whooping that you better be in shape for, because he gonna really beat you up. And they had the nerve to question his power. That's why he did that. Y'all gotta chill now. Don't question his power. It's not about power with him. Just don't let him touch you like that. I don't care. Anybody questioning if he punch hard is weird to me. And you gotta be a fan. Like, you got to be a boxing fan. You're not a boxer saying this. No actual fighter can be questioning if he punch hard. That shit is like foolish at this point. You telling me them punch? I'm hurt. My ribs hurt. My nose hurt. I think my nose about to start bleeding. Looking at this shit, he was in his ass, man. God damn it, Anthony Yarde was throwing like these pity pat, and I'm like these little shoe shiners. I'm like, bro. In case you didn't get the memo, somebody show him a mirror. You should have showed Anthony Yarde a mirror, because he didn't get it. He was getting his ass beat. I don't know what kind of game plan you was in there with. I get you was fighting back. Don't get me wrong, but you just like you didn't get them. He was beating your ass. Like, it's a different game in there with him. You talking about a shootout? Y'all ain't hear Benavidez say what he was talking to him? He said, yeah, you said you wanted the shootout, right? He said, what did he say back? He said nothing. I'm like, yeah. Lock him up, bro. Lock his ass up. Press charges, bro. That's what you need to do. Don't say nothing. You need to be thanking the ref. As a matter of fact, send a gift to his house, because he saved your life in there. I'm not even playing, because Tunde wasn't going to do it. He was going to let you go meet him. But he was prepared to allow you to meet your maker in there. It wasn't. I swear I'm not even being funny. Y'all was looking for a towel. I was waiting to see a towel fly over his dreads. just see a white towel fly, show him laying by his feet or something. I'm like, yo, what more do you need to see? This man was ready to unalive Anthony Yarde. He was. Don't fight him, yo. If you got gas, I'm dead serious for the
turn him into a boogeyman.
rest of his career getting the ring, and it's like it's known that you struggle down the back end of the fight. I'm automatically guaranteed he beating your ass. It's no other way. The only person that made it remotely interesting, it was Caleb Plant. And you see how he had to fight for dear life. He had to hold on for dear life down the stretch of that fight.
I do think Morrell made it excited.
With less cutting of the weight, nah, man, he ain't got it all, bro. He don't got it all. I'm telling you, that shit ain't even fair. Man, he was I love Anthony Yarde because he got a fighting spirit. Like he really is lions in the camp. Not that night. Lions was about to be in hell in heaven. Telling you, you was about to go meet the Father. I'm telling you, that shit was bad, man. Like that man fight like, man. I'm telling you, he fight like he don't get no love at home. Like his wife cheating, the kids hate him. Like you get me, life just not going good for him. Like that, he just fight like it's nothing but boxing for me. And whoever is in front of me, I'm offended. You the reason life ain't going good. Like that's how he fought Anthony Yarde. I'm dead serious. He fought him like he did something to him in the locker room. And I know he did. That's the bad part. That shit is crazy, man. I much respect to David Benavidez. He was the main event for a reason. He grew on me over the years. I always liked him. But I remember the point where he really started to grow. And since then, like I'm more of a fan of this dude. But just keep him away from people with gas tank issues. And that if you want to have a shootout, good luck. You better be punching with some shit because he an octopus. He throwing all them damn punches, them combinations. Hold on, y'all. I think I got some stuff.
Is he the most respectful shit talking in the game?
Man. That's how he was going. Why was he going after that man like that? That's how he was doing it. I was like, why is he doing that? Like,
I don't think Puma Martinez liking those body shots. Damn, landed a clean body.
That's the wrong one. Man, I gotta find that one, man. That shit look and sound crazy, bro. Him punching on that man like that. I was like, man, y'all better throw the towel in. I'm telling you, because that's how people get hurt. I'm watching that in reels. I'm like, man, Anthony Yarde is getting the absolute hell beat out of him. And there's nobody that can save him. The two people that can save him, one of them slow on the trigger. He wasn't thinking about it. I wanted to see the look on the coach's face while this was happening. Because when we see the ref, I'm going to stall you out. You stopped it eventually. I got a little bone to pick with you because that shit was bad. Blood everywhere. Muscles don't matter. He punching your muscles all over the place. Like, nah, bro. That shit bad news, man. Man. Damn, bro. 75 Benavidez is no joke, y'all. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. Power. Tanker Maniacs. Favorite word. He's still on there,
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie, man. But yeah, that's my little rant of the day, man. I feel much love to Anthony Yarde, man. I respect you, bro. But shit. Man.
Still lions in the camp, man.
Damn, it's definitely lions in the camp. You gonna need some shades and some rest for a while. Get him a blanket, bro. Take a nap. Matter of fact, go on vacation, bro. You better not dare say nothing about fighting nobody. Somebody asks you when the next time you gonna fight, just hook off. If Anthony Yarde swing on the next person I ask him about to fight, I'm not even going. I ain't gonna think nothing wrong. He within his rights. After that, you better not dare ask him what's next. A vacation. What that? First of all, a hospital visit, ice pack, something, an IV. I know you need everything. Get him something. Get him a prescription or something. I don't prescribe him something. He need a doctor. Get that man to the nearest hospital.
I seen an interview you did with boxing,
and then go take you a nice vacation.
That's the first time his nose ever bled like that.
Telling you.
He said he never had a bloody nose like that. Not in a sparring, not as a pro. First time he got his nose busted like that.
Yo, for real, bro.
He said it freaked him out.
I'm telling you, you shouldn't even be allowed to ask him who he fighting next. Like that should be like off limits. Like it's like, yo, so Anthony, where you going to visit, spend time with the family? Because I know that's what you're going to do. I know you need a vacation, bro. Like I watched this fight live with the people. That shit was bad. And that's why I got this picture up. I'm not trying to make fun. I'm having fun with it a little bit, though. I ain't gonna lie, but nah, all seriousness. Damn, bro. Like, man, that shit, he beat you up like it's personal, and it's not. And he said he liked you. He said he respect you and all it. No, you know what? He did tell us. I just wasn't listening all the way. I remember now. It's coming back to me. Benavidez did tell us the more dangerous he think you are, the better he think you are, the better he is. Yeah, that's what that was. He must have thought the world of you. Yeah. Yeah. So if Benavidez respect you going into a fight, people be like, yeah, that's not a good thing. You had too much respect for him. If he respects you like that going, it's all bad for you going into the fight. Just know that he about to go in there and fight like a I don't know, man. He fight like you a person possessed. I'm dead serious. He really fight like that shit that Kid Austin dad be selling. He hypnotized. He fight like he really under hypnosis. I swear he do. He fight like remember because didn't he go down? And he still was swinging. Wasn't he still swinging?
Yeah, that's how he got 2 points.
He got the 2 points. Yes, bro. He was trying to unalive Anthony Yarde, and you know what? That is the most honest 2-point deduction you're going to see in the history of the sport. I guarantee you. And what I mean by that is he really snapped out. He had a Tyson moment for a second. He really lost his mind for a quick second, bro. And all he could see was blood. Yeah, I'm telling you. He really turned into the Mexican monster. That shit was bad. Shout out to Anthony Yarde, man. And why did you even want to fight him? I swear I would love to interview him. And I'm not trying to be funny. I promise you I would ask that question.
Because Anthony Yarde is a damn dog. That's why, man.
Damn, what made you want to fight him? You know what I'm saying? Like, what got to be going through your head for you to sit around and be like, you know what? I want to fight the Mexican monster. And you know what? I'm completely cool with I get it. Canelo, you will never hear me say this again, y'all. Today, Monday, today. What is this? November 24th is the day I understand Canelo, where I will level with him why he didn't fight him. I get it. I get it. I get a nice part of me. I get it. And I'm not even mad at Canelo no more. After seeing what he just did to this dude, I get it. I get it. You ain't trying to be on the other end of that shit. You know how, man, your career done. Nobody want to watch you fight if Canelo, if he beat your ass like that. He do him like that, beat the hell out of him. I don't think nobody gonna be talking about him fighting again and rematches this, and that's why he ain't fight him. I swear I get it. I finally get it. It make all the sense in the world. I get it. That's a business move. That's a career move. That's for your health. That's for your well-being. I get it. That's for everything. I swear I get it.
November 24th, you heard it, people.
Not safe. I want to see who's going to be brave enough. Who they saying Zordo? Much credit to anybody that fight that dude anytime soon right now while he look like that. I'm being dead serious. That shit is crazy. It's going to be wild to see him lose. See somebody beat that monster right now the way he be acting? He getting there and act a fool in the boxing ring. And them combinations look like some shit from a comic book. What is that? Nah, bro. Hell no, I'm not fighting that dude. He getting in there doing that type of shit. And then he counting the punches in his own head. He talking about it in interviews. He said he hit Anthony Yarde with like a 14-punch combination. Who the fuck is hitting people with 14-punch combinations? I'm not even trying to be funny. Who? That shit don't even make sense. That shit should be illegal. 14-punch combinations. That's why Anthony Yarde sitting on the floor like, man, damn. It's like he had the fighter spirit, like I want to fight on, but the look on your face says, yo, Lord, come save me. I'm telling you. And the referee did you a solid. I'm glad I'm glad it was the third man in the ring. I swear I am. I'm glad it was. Like, I'm glad this wasn't like, imagine if this was like wrestling where you could knock the ref out. And then they not there, and that shit would have been wild, man. Benavidez had a moment. He had a moment, bro. I swear on everything I want to interview him. I swear I do. I want to ask him what be on his heart, bro. I swear.
He said in the interview that he actually goes
I swear
his fights and writes down his combination.
I want to ask him, what the hell is your problem? What was going through your mind when you was pummeling this man into submission like that? You ain't never got points taken. Benavidez ain't no dirty fighter. Bro, the ref, that's why he did. He said, bro, the nerve of you to pummel this. If you would have hit him again, he probably wouldn't have been good, yo. Like, he like, yeah, I got to take 2 points just because how it looked. It looked bad. Yeah, man, I'm going to just take these points. You know, Benavidez like, I get it. Because he snapped out. I really think he lost his mind for a second. That shit crazy. At 75 doing that. Shit, Zordo, you better pack a lunch, bro. I'm telling you, I think Zordo a little too Zordo, that's a good fight, but I don't know. Stylistically, how do you
gonna do dirty
like,
too?
you gotta box the shit out of him or something. You have to. You gotta
that fight is made.
him. Man, Caleb Plant did it well for like 5-6 rounds, and then that shit just was like no more. Like, man, I'm so serious right now. Like, I don't know who beats him. And they keep saying Jao Patai, man. Man, this, all right, just show me. Because he's a big guy, yo. He's a big dude, yo. I like Ja, too. Because he don't got it all either. He throw off for real. He throw it off, too. That should be a banger. I ain't going to lie. That should be a war. It's harder for me to see somebody beat Benavidez right now, bro. Because you got to knock him out. To me, like all that boxing shit, you not gonna throw more punches than him. Did anybody y'all ever seen him be outworked? I can't remember seeing that. So like that's a problem. He's accurate too. Where's that chart? I had a chart. There's a chart with him being accurate, combination puncher. Yeah. Best combination puncher. But shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, man. Appreciate the love, man, for the 10 piece. He said, respect to y'all for taking his beating. Tell him Canelo was scared to do as a warrior. Hey, you know what, Mike? I swear, I'm telling you, it's the only day or only situation where you're gonna hear me say I understand why he didn't fight him. I might even make a short video just because I want people to hear it. I really get it. I get it. I ain't trying to get my ass beat like that neither. I'm not you at the age, and I'm not trying to be fun. Look at the age that Canelo is at with the miles. And then you think about him being a prideful guy, the ego come into play, right? You about to let a guy that could be up at cruiserweight get the punching on you so you could be looking like Anthony Yarde? Nah, learn from Yarde. Learn from Yarde. He was a sacrificial lamb. I get it. Canelo ain't never fighting him. So he might as well stop saying it too. He might as well stop saying it. He ain't got no reason to. Unless you really trying to get hurt. I'm not even trying to be funny. Unless you are trying to get hurt, Canelo Alvarez has no reason to fight him. And the money, that's not enough of an incentive because he's made all the money he need, right? He's rich so many times over. So, nah, that's not good enough. He'd rather keep his pride intact and his health. Because I'm telling you, that shit is a health concern at this point. You better not be nobody with 70 fights, bad knees, slow feet. Hell no. And you got this animal in front of you. Why would you do that? Yeah, I mean, and he like a little playboy. He want to keep that shit intact. Yeah, don't fight him. Yeah, I get it. It's the only time I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna be understanding of somebody not fighting another person, because what Canelo don't do, or the way he fights right now with just like a lower punch output, and you in there with an octopus that could be like a cruiserweight. Why would you do that? He bigger than Dimitri Bivol. Bivol was too big for you. He's even bigger than that. Naturally, like I don't think why would you want that dude on the other end of you punching you in your shit when you can just keep picking who you fighting? I get it. I swear I do. At the end of the Yarde fight, I'm going off that fight alone. I don't need to see nothing else from Benavidez. That ass whooping right there with somebody that he respected. Now you talking about Canelo, somebody that been avoiding him for a while, and yeah, man, imagine what he do to him. Nah, bro, damn. He retires Canelo if they fight. I'm convinced 100% that'll be Canelo last fight. Hell no, he not fighting.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well, I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
46.7% best combination punchers in boxing, and he had sitting at number 1. The shit like that right there is why people, I really get it. This chart and the Anthony Yarde fight is enough for me. I get it. That shit is brutal, man. I love the Mexican monster, man. I got love for him, man. He a real one, man. That's a real entertaining dude. and he'll fight anybody. That's one dude that I really can comfortably say I think he'll fight whoever they got out there that's good. He'll fight him.
Yep.
Dang, he did do my man Andre bad. I felt bad. I love Andre too. He did my man bad. But that Anthony Yard shit just was like, it's coming off the with people questioning his power, and the power gonna show up. Why y'all had to do that when he was fighting Anthony Yard? Y'all should have waited till somebody else to do that shit, because he damn sure probably had that in the back of his mind. I'm willing to bet you he thought about that. Bet you they won't question my power no more. I'm with that, and no, but let the record reflect. Yeah, Kovalev got the knockout on Yard, but I felt like Yard was more tired than hurt, or just as tired as he was hurt. Better Beef knocks everybody out. That's not named Beevil, right? We get that, but nobody did him like this. He got blitzed. Like, he didn't even have a snowball chance in hell, as they say. Like, he didn't have a chance in hell. That shit was like all bad. Yeah, you boxing around for a second. It's always like that. And then a couple rounds later, the shit looks so much different than it just did. It's like he got a real strange ability to make a fight go from like, it's already, the forecast already dark. It's already dark. But that shit turned dark real fast. Or it looked cool at first. It'd be nice, weather be fair. And then that shit just turned into a storm immediately. Like, and it just, next thing you know, you looking like Anthony Yard. I'm telling you, that shit crazy. That shit crass a lot to deal with, man. If you ain't prepared, I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's the intelligence. You don't really gonna see too many people that are gonna be able to outthink him either. That's the other part of it.
And he getting smarter, bro.
That's why he's so damn accurate. Did you see the interview where he talked about going back, reviewing his fights, and writing the combinations down in the notepad? Like, he actually catalogs the shit that he throws in a fight.
Right.
And he determines what he likes, what he's gonna keep. Oh, this didn't work too well. I'm not gonna use this again. Like, that dude is just smart, man.
Yeah.
In the Anthony Yard fight, he was switching back and forth. He was orthodox, southpaw, orthodox. He was doing whatever the hell he wanted to do. He looked like he was practicing in there.
Right. It's starting
to hand speed on top of that, and the work rate. It's very difficult, man. It's like you gotta be able to outwork him, outthink him, outfight him, or you gotta just clip him with some shit that just incapacitates him.
Yeah, Lisa, he ain't got it all, man. He said Yard was that only one that step up. Yeah, Yard the only one that stepped up. Yeah, I don't know why he did that.
Remember, it was supposed
I'm
to be
not even
Callum
mad
Smith.
at him not fighting Benavidez. Like, because it got to really be like money, belts. Like, I get that ass whooping. Y'all, Canelo, like, all the money in the world ain't worth that, bro. That's gonna be the end of my career, and I'm so serious. He steps one fucking foot in the ring with that maniac, where he could legally punch on you in front of people, and you've been avoiding him for a while. I could just imagine he gonna wig out. He gonna wild out, man. Hell no. Hell no. I get it, bro. Because that's a career ender right there. You know what? And I'm gonna say this, and I'm not trying to be funny. I got to do some homework because I gotta watch some post-fight stuff, because we're gonna talk about it tomorrow. But I gotta let's count how many fights Anthony Yard have after this. I'm not even trying to be funny. That was bad. He ain't gonna fight too many more times after.
I believe that Canelo would take the fight, or Saul would take the fight, but I think that his handlers are protecting Canelo, if that makes sense. Because that interview that Eric Gomez did, it restored a little bit more respect on Canelo's name than I already had. Because he spoke about them not wanting the Erislandy Lara fight, and they were trying to avoid that style. A guy that can box and move and all that stuff. They did that for about 12 years over there, Eric Gomez. And he said that Canelo was very adamant about making that fight happen. So I think that deep down inside, the guy who was ice cold, despite the fact that his brother was held captive by the cartel, I think that guy would fight David Benavidez. But his handlers, they ain't trying to have that, because as you already pointed out, that damages the brand, the reputation. Getting your ass beat like that would effectively be passing over the torch. And he still got a lot of Coronas to sell and VMC and all that other stuff. So they not willing to let that go too easily. You see what the price point was. Said he'd be willing to do it for a cool 150 or 200 million, whatever it was. So that lets you know right there, he would be willing to do it, but you got to cash him out. Otherwise, hey, you might as well keep that extra 25 pounds over there, bucko.
That's the thing. Yeah.
But I think he would fight him. I think he would, but
I kind of think differently because of what Canelo said pretty much. Dude said the only thing Benavidez brings is an extra 25 pounds, and this came out of his mouth.
Man,
I feel like he doesn't want a part of this. Like the way Benavidez is right now. I mean, and I agree with Justin and everybody else. He's the most relentless boxer in boxing right now. Just because of his character and his style. Like his mentality, like his natural instinct is just to go in there and dominate.
Yeah.
His style with the pressure, like never letting up, they keep coming forward, the volume punches and the confidence. It's like who the hell is gonna stop this guy? The only people who could stop this guy is somebody with his mentality, right? Somebody with the level of his mentality, or if you're a very good boxer who's gonna be sharp for 12 rounds, because Caleb was boxing him. He did that good for about 6 rounds till he got stopped. Morrell almost had the same mentality as David Benavidez and carried him to 12 in a banger of a fight, but David Benavidez mentality was just a level or two above his.
Right.
It's only those kind of people that I could see like beating Benavidez. You have to knock him out, like with a fighter like a Morrell or maybe I'm not even going to say like Beterbiev because I think David beats Beterbiev.
Yeah, I do too.
And then you have a boxer like Bivol who's going to be sharp for 12 rounds. It's like he can possibly win because he's not going to like let up like Caleb Plant does. But two mentalities that could beat him is those guys. But right now, David is just a demon. Dude is unstoppable, and he's gonna fight anybody.
Caleb got pushed off the cliff though. Teach, that wasn't just a situation where the man just got tired. Like, nah, David
he avoided that fight like
hit that man in his body and made him go. Ugh. He took that gas up out his tank. And then I went back and rewatched it. And I thought he did a solid job, but it wasn't as clean as I thought it was the night of. When I rewatched it, I was looking at how frequently he was getting countered. Even when he was able to get a jab off, he was getting hit with 2 shots on the way out. And that's the thing that makes it extremely dangerous with David Benavidez is the hand speed and the timing. Even in this fight, you see Anthony Yarde was able to land single shots at a time where he would attempt to punch in between David's combination punching, but then it's like you land one and then he's landing 3 or 4. So it's basically going to be a, hey, take that with you type of thing. Here's your receipt, sir. I can't see anybody just boxing them that cleanly to where they're not going to be incurring damage as they're trying to inflict some on him. That's the tricky part. It's like, how the hell do you hit him without getting 2 and 3 in return? And then it gets to a point where it's overwhelming. I think the reason why Canelo would be a horrible matchup for David Benavidez, or I should phrase it the other way around, Benavidez would be a horrible matchup for Canelo, is Canelo's defense is largely predicated on the high guard. And we see what happened with David Morrell. He went up in there and got his shit peeled 3 times in one exchange. And there was some moments in that fight where it was looking real dicey. I couldn't even really find too many big moments for Morrell in that fight outside of like that that one nice counter that he had in the 4th round. Outside of that, there were quite a few moments where David Benavidez was just getting off, and Morrell was kind of just standing there looking like shell-shocked. He did something along the ropes that I thought was just so dumb, but then I can't even fault him for it because he was under duress. Like, he tried to go orthodox for a moment, walked himself into a left hook, then went back southpaw. Like, it's hard, man, because he's one of them dudes where, you know, we always say that boxing is like a game of chess, but with him, it's high-speed chess.
Yeah,
He's manipulating your guard. Yo, one of the most impressive things I've ever seen is in the Vazic fight, right? This just shows how aware this dude is. Just like he got like the sixth sense. He threw a damn gazelle punch, left off his feet, right? Through the lead hook. And before his feet hit the mat, he went into a cross guard to block the counter. Like, how the hell do you do that? You throw a punch in the air and transition to defense before your feet hit the mat. That just shows a different level of awareness. And I think a lot of it has to do with him getting good schooling early on, sparring with Triple G, sparring with Kelly Pavlik, Bivol, even sparring with Vazdik. He was sparring with all these dudes by the time he was, 14 through 21, sparring with world champions. And that Kelly Pavlik footage leaked a couple weeks ago. He was 15 years old and they're putting hands on the world champions. So he's just on another level altogether. And the thing about him is, it may not always be pretty. It might look awkward. You might say he look like Frankenstein or whatever, but it's functional as hell. And that's the main thing. And he's very efficient for a guy. Have you seen the percentages that just had up on the screen a couple minutes ago? Generally, volume guys aren't that efficient. Generally, it's guys like Williams Zepeda where he might throw upwards of 1,000 punches in a fight, but he probably landing at like a 20-something% clip. Like David Benavidez is throwing a lot, but he's also landing a lot because he's picking his shots. You got your guard up, he'll touch just to keep your hands up. Just a little light little shoe shine type of thing, and then the last one is going to be hard as fuck. Hands is up, touch, then you're going to rip to your liver. Touch, and then come underneath your guard with the uppercut. Touch, peel your shit, come around it with a hook. He's just like, he's a fighting machine. And then as you pointed out, just like the respect that he has for the opponent. When I'm hearing him talk, and he's just so calm. I never heard somebody talk about whipping somebody's ass so calmly. He's like, yeah, he's got power. I've watched him. I've seen everything that he did, but I'm still going to break his fucking face. He'd be mad calm with the shit. I'm still going to beat his fucking ass, but I respect him, though. So I prepared like this. Nobody's ever going to hurt me the way my dad hurt me. He's a dangerous dude, man. He's a dangerous dude. Because he can think, he can fight. Like, he puts
overall, man, Saturday was successful. Good fights, good nights, man. Good fights, good night. Man, Benavidez, the man that he be investigating. He be investigating. DEBO Dad went out there and proved people wrong. There's some haters still, man. Some people still mad, but I'm glad he went out there and put a win together, man. That Chavez Sr. wish his son was built like Benavidez. I'm telling you, his son is. I know that got to be pretty disappointing.
It is, considering he was actually pretty decent. Chavez Jr. was no bum. The dude just resting on his laurels. Because I ain't going to lie to you, I was a big fan of Sergio Martinez. Shout out to Marvia. And in them last couple rounds, like Chavez Jr. showed me something. I'm like, yo, if this dude really wanted to apply himself, he could have gotten more out of himself because at 160, he had a pretty damn good build. Like, he was sturdy. He got a chin. Okay hand speed, firm ass.
Yeah, Saturday night. Yeah, it was a great night of boxing. What's up, baby boy?
Couldn't put the weed down, man. That was the thing with Chavez Jr. You like to smoke that weed. Like to smoke and chill.
AJ what? Okay.
Yes.
Hmm? Hmm? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Play it.
Well, I'm gonna head off, guys.
You already know, man. Appreciate you, Teach, man. Shout out to the fan, man.
Next fight I'm
Saturday
looking
was a great
forward to
night.
now is Pitbull. The next fight I'm looking forward to now is Roach and Pitbull, December 6th.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. I'm still looking forward to Gary fight too, Antuanne Russell. So, but yeah, man, Saturday was a great night of boxing. You know, I like to be proven wrong every now and again. You know, it's good to see that you know, Devin get to continue his career, man. He got paid. Both of those dudes made a good chunk of nice piece of change, right? Shout out to Brian Norman. He still got my support. Shout out to Team Norman. Look, you win some, you lose some. You know what I'm saying? But you live to fight another day. I think that's what B. Norman said too. So, you know, he'll go lick his wounds and be back. You know, he'll be back. You get me? He got here once before. He can do it again. He's still young. It ain't like he got beat down. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like he got beat down. He just got outclassed, and that's just part of the sport. That shit happens when you get in there with somebody with more experience. You know what I'm saying? It shows, man, and that's just what it was. So it was cool. You know, we got two new WBO champions Saturday, man. Devin Haney and Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason was in a real scrappy, gritty fight, but because people got more of a love and a taken to him, they don't doubt him. They don't knock him. They don't be overly critical. And I wish they could have that same energy with everybody. Shout out to Abdullah Mason. That's how you go out there and win. First world title. I like it. But you know who has something to say, man. You know at 135, man. Yeah, I appreciate you, Lisa. Always, man. Appreciate the love. As always. Shout out to Mike Kirkland, my guy. Appreciate you as well. Of course, I'm the best 135-pounder in the world. Y'all gotta chill. You hear me? They'll be liking that. We gonna leave with this, man. You know, the best 135-pounder has spoken. You hear me? Shout out to Abdullah Mason, man. Fun fight, very gritty, tough performance. That shit builds character. Like I said, him getting knocked down in the same round, only to come back to knock his guy out. He could take that experience with him as he continue to grow. This gritty, tough fight, you know, he got a strong 12 rounds in. You get what I'm saying? So, and I say this a lot of times. Had he knocked him out in 6 rounds, 5-6 rounds, or anything like that, we wouldn't have learned what we needed to learn about Abdullah Mason. Him going 12 rounds, we was able to learn more about him in that 12 rounds than any of them other knockouts that he got. You get me? See his character, what he made of, how he built, how he respond when everything ain't going his way through little adversities. When he get hit with a good shot, when he get hit with multiple good shots, how do he respond? When he, in the back half of fights, I think up until Saturday, he never been past 6 rounds. So, you know, he had 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 championship rounds, all that stuff. That's a lot to take in. That's a lot of experience to gain on the night. So I think he got like a priceless experience battling a tough, scrappy, hungry guy like Sam Noakes that wanted to win, that didn't lay down, that had no quit in them. They both had cuts and were bleeding, but they both kept fighting. It was a really good, entertaining fight. And when I jump off of here, I got some homework. I'm going to go rewatch the card, man, because it was that good. I want to see all the fights on there and watch it with the sound on this time. Bam. He's amazing, man. 3-belt unification. He got 1 more belt to snatch up. He can't be stopped, man. That's a special generational talent. You know, Devin Haney 2.0. The Devin Haney era 2.0 is on the way. You get to see what kind of fighter he's going to be at 47. But y'all keep in mind, they lining up Ryan and Barrios. Ryan wins that fight. They definitely going to try to make that a unification between Ryan and Devin. We knew that already way before this point, but I'm just looking ahead. Everything goes according to plan. That's something that I look to do because it's history there, and I think it'll make money. And if it make money in boxing, then it makes sense, and they'll look to do it. So hopefully that does happen, so Devin Haney can get his lick back and get his opportunity to beat Ryan fair and square in a real fight, in a clean fight, should I say. You know what I'm saying? Because we all know about how he got cheated when they fought. So that's my time for today, man. Much love, much appreciation to everybody. Appreciate all the support. We just going to keep building, man. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of this Monday. We'll be right back tomorrow to build on the sport of boxing, man. So with that, we up out of here, y'all. Shout out to my guy, Poy, and the rest of the gang. Peace.
Representing Brick City,
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing, a masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.